been questions about who was in their orbit and potentially involved in their crimes. Many names have been mentioned. The name of President Donald Trump has been mentioned. Donald Trump emphatically denies any knowledge or involvement in their criminal behaviour or in the trafficking of underage girls, which was Epstein's crime. Notwithstanding that, this Oversight Committee has been looking in to Epstein. It has amassed documents, the Epstein files from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. And over time, we have seen some of those documents being released and some of the details becoming public knowledge. We have 3 more documents today, amongst thousands of them. So we don't quite have the broader context of the thousands of documents, but we have 3 emails between Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, his co-accused currently in prison, and also another 2 with the author Michael Wolff. Let me read you some of the content of the exchange with Ghislaine Maxwell, Jane. It was in April 2011, so this is after Epstein had been convicted of soliciting prostitution in Florida. He told Maxwell this: "I want you to realise that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump." And he went on, an unnamed victim, a victim whose name has been redacted, spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. And he finishes, "Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there." Ghislaine Maxwell's reply to that was, "I have been thinking about that." So that's some of what we have from these 3 email exchanges. That's between Epstein and his co-accused Ghislaine Maxwell. And as I say, Jane, it raises questions being asked by members of that investigating committee in Congress. Representative Robert Garcia, he's the top Democrat on that committee. He's issued a statement saying this: "These latest emails and correspondence raise glaring questions about what else the White House is hiding and the nature of the relationship between Epstein and the president." We've asked the White House for comment, Jane. Nothing has come back so far. But it's a development, clearly, in this story which rumbles on and which stalks Donald Trump. He has resisted, along with his administration, the release of the files in full. It will amplify calls for those files to be fully released for public dissemination.
James, thank you very much. Sir Keir Starmer and his Health Secretary Wes Streeting have been forced to defend themselves on a day that's been dominated by talk of an alleged leadership plot. The Prime Minister says he didn't authorise Number 10 briefings against Wes Streeting and said any attack on a member of his top team is completely unacceptable. The Health Secretary, meanwhile, denies involvement in an attempted coup to oust his boss. He's speaking at a conference in Manchester where he was hoping to focus on his plans to save money for the NHS. But he was also asked about those briefings made against him.
The bizarre thing about some juvenile briefing overnight is that it's people in Number 10 who've said the Prime Minister is fighting for his job. Now, I don't think that's, firstly, a helpful or constructive thing to say. I also don't think it's true. What I think he is doing is fighting to try and turn the country around from the enormous mess that we've inherited on so many fronts.
In 2024, and tell me if it's incorrect, there was an interview which you were unequivocal about your desire to be Prime Minister one day. Is that true?
I've got a harder job already, so I'm quite enjoying doing this one. Thank you very much. And I'm definitely not going to say anything today that adds to the silly season going on down south.
OK, just final question on the manoeuvres that aren't. This morning on Sky News, you said that you felt that you'd been kneecapped by Downing Street in terms of the briefing.
I think I said it was the most unwarranted attack on a faithful since Joe Marler was banished in the Traitors final. And I think whoever's been briefing this should spend a little less time watching Celebrity Traitors and a bit more time watching Country File.
Meanwhile, it was a pretty fiery PMQs for Sir Keir Starmer, who was under fire before he even arrived at the Commons.
Is the Health Secretary a traitor or a faithful Prime Minister?
He was quizzed as he left Downing Street en route to Parliament, where the Tories accused him of losing control.
The Health Secretary said there is a toxic culture in Downing Street that needs to change. He's right, isn't he?
Mr. Speaker, my focus each and every day is on rebuilding and renewing our country. But let me be absolutely clear, any attack on any member of my cabinet is completely unacceptable. On the Health Secretary, Mr. Speaker, in relation to Health Secretary, he promised before the election that in the first year of a Labour government we'd deliver 2 million extra appointments. We didn't deliver 2 million, or 3 or 4. We delivered 5 million extra appointments. He's doing a great job, as is the whole of my cabinet.
Mr. Speaker, what we heard the Health Secretary say this morning was that he wants to cut waiting lists, but we all know that there's only one waiting list that he really wants to cut. But the Prime Minister is not going to do anything about the toxic culture. This is his responsibility. Just last night, his allies accused not just the Health Secretary, but the Home Secretary and even the Energy Secretary of launching leadership bids. These attacks came from number 10, nowhere else, his toxic number 10. The person responsible for the culture in number 10 is his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney. Does the Prime Minister have full confidence in him?
Morgan McSweeney, my team and I are absolutely focused on delivering for the country. And let me be clear, of course, Mr. Speaker, I've never authorised attacks on cabinet members. I appointed them to their posts because they're the best people to carry out their jobs. And Mr. Speaker, she asks about waiting lists. Waiting lists are down under this government. The number of GPs is up. Because we've scrapped NHS England, we're investing on the front line. That's what the Health Secretary is doing today, getting on with his job, and he's doing a very good job too.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear him give full confidence to Morgan McSweeney, but the truth is he says these attacks aren't authorised. That means he's lost control of number 10, because that's where they're coming from. But the real scandal, Mr. Speaker, the real scandal is that 2 weeks from a budget, the government has descended into civil war. Instead of fixing the mess they've made of the economy, they're all... Mr. Speaker, they're all chuntering. These are the feral MPs that number 10 has been talking about. They're not my words. They're number 10's words, his words. But unbelievably, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's advisers have been reduced to briefing that MPs can't get rid of him, and I'm not making this up, they can't get rid of him because it would destabilise international markets. Why does the Prime Minister think that there would be a market meltdown if the Health Secretary took over?
Mr. Speaker, this is a united team and we are delivering together. Look what we delivered. The fastest growth of the G7. 5 interest rate cuts. Trade deals with the EU, the US and India, all of which they oppose. We've delivered.
It's been disaster after disaster. The Deputy Prime Minister, the new Deputy Prime Minister, is clueless about how many illegal migrant sex offenders he's let loose. The Culture Secretary breaking the rules to give her donor a top job. Taxes set to rise even further. Unemployment at levels not seen since lockdown. And in the middle of it, a weak Prime Minister at war with his own cabinet. Mr. Speaker, it's not just him, it is all of them. There is no replacement, it is all of them. 2 weeks before the budget, isn't it the case that this Prime Minister has lost control of his government, he's lost the confidence of his party and lost the trust of the British people?
Mr. Speaker, the stupid mistakes were made over 14 long years. They broke the economy and now they think that they can lecture us. And now they've got this unserious idea that they can find £47 billion of cuts without saying where they're going to come from. No wonder that's called flimsy. Meanwhile, we're rebuilding the country. Wages up, investment up, mortgages down.
Our political correspondent Tamara Cohen joins me now from Manchester. It's a pretty fiery PMQ, so we've got a real flavour of there, Tamara. And the Health Secretary very much making it clear, speaking where you are, that he is not on manoeuvres.
Yes, we've just been hearing from him. I mean, this is all quite an extraordinary state of affairs in that late last night, just 1 year and 4 months after Keir Starmer's government won a historic landslide, we heard from allies of Keir Starmer, anonymous allies, saying that he would fight any leadership challenge. And the suggestion is that such a leadership challenge may come from the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, a key member of his cabinet, and it may come relatively soon after what we know will be a very difficult budget at the end of this month. Now, Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, had already been booked to come on to the media studios to do a broadcast round to talk about the NHS, and all this gave him an opportunity to come to the studios, say he supports Keir Starmer, to say he was being kneecapped, not by the Prime Minister, but by people close to him in Number 10, and suggested that those people should be found and should be sacked because they are contributing to divisions within the government. Was this an attempt to flush out what some around Keir Starmer thought was an attempt to have a leadership challenge against him? Well, the Health Secretary, who was speaking here, insisted not. He did a speech to NHS leaders peppered with jokes about his supposed leadership ambitions. You heard him there saying that he had a very difficult enough job already, making jokes about the traitors. And later on in his speech, he was asked a direct question by someone in the audience about Morgan McSweeney, who is the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. Around some of this is swirling. He said he didn't want to name names about who he thought was giving these briefings, but he said that Labour would not have won the election without Mr McSweeney, who was masterminding the election campaign. So we still don't yet know who he was talking about, but these really are extraordinary claims about a coup against the Prime Minister by people at the heart of his team, denied here by Wes Streeting.
Tamara, thanks very much. Let's just bring you a bit of breaking news about somebody that is a bit of a familiar face on Sky News, Baroness Newlove, the Victims Commissioner. We've had word from the Victims Commissioner's office that she has died unexpectedly. They say, "We are deeply saddened to share that Baroness Helen Newlove, the Victims Commissioner for England and Wales, has passed away following a short illness. Our thoughts are with her family at this difficult time. Helen was a committed and passionate advocate for victims, drawing on her own experience of the criminal justice system." And for those of you who don't know, she became Victims Commissioner after coming to public prominence following her husband, Gary, being fatally attacked by a gang of youths on the family's doorstep. This was something of a watershed moment. It was in the headlines, of course, for months. And she fought and fought for justice. Well, the Victims Commissioner's statement goes on to say she was determined that all victims should be treated with compassion, decency and respect, and she consistently led by example. Under her leadership, the role of Victims Commissioner was transformed, growing in stature, influence and authority. She reshaped the office into a trusted voice and genuine force for victims, one that stands firmly on their side, champions their rights and holds the justice system to account. And this transformation stands as a testament to her work and will remain her enduring legacy. As well as the Victims Commissioner, she was a dear friend and respected colleague. She'll be greatly missed. And we ask that the privacy of the family is respected at this time. So that from the Victims Commissioner's office, the news that Baroness Newlove, who was, of course, made a Baroness and sat in the Lords, has died following a short illness. Somebody who spoke on Sky News many, many times, and she was always an excellent voice for victims and really gave victims a voice in a place that they really often never had before. So very sad news for her family and all those who knew her. The government has apologised after an investigation found that decades of abuse at a detention centre in County Durham was ignored by the prison service, police and the Home Office. The Prisons and Probation Ombudsman released a report into how physical and sexual abuse against thousands of young men was allowed to take place at Medomsley Detention Centre for nearly 30 years. Sky's chief North of England correspondent Greg Milam has this report and a warning. It does contain details you may find distressing.
There's an immigration detention centre on this site in County Durham now. A century ago, there was an orphanage here. In between, it was the setting for decades of sexual and physical abuse of thousands of young men. For the entire 26 years of Medomsley Detention Centre's existence, those men aged 17 to 21 suffered horrific violence at the hands of staff. Police investigations have already revealed the extent of the abuse. Some staff have already been jailed. But an inquiry by the Prisons and Probation Ombudsman has found that the prison service, the police and the Home Office knew about the abuse but ignored or dismissed it. No surprise to victims like Eric Sampson, because even the police who took him there as a 17-year-old seemed to know.
The two police officers who were taking us there were saying, "You're going to get the hell kicked out of you here." The violence I had done to me was terrible. I was only small, see. I could have been killed in there. The amount of times I was knocked about, every day was hell on earth. Every day and night was hell on earth for the full 9.5 weeks. With all the abuse and obviously the sexual abuse I had done to us, it totally ruined my life. Totally ruined my life. I've never been married or no, you know. But the thing is, what can you do, you know? It should never have happened in the first place. All that could have been stopped.
The Ombudsman's report contains this note to the warden of Medomsley in 1965, reporting an officer striking an inmate a distinct blow. The handwritten response below dismisses it as playfulness. This letter, sent to the wardens of all detention centres 2 years later, refers to the increasing number of complaints of assault. It warns that a minority of staff are taking the law into their own hands. There are occasions, it says, where the discipline goes beyond the legitimate. Those representing victims at Medomsley say it wasn't alone.
During the course of my investigations into Medomsley, other men from around the country have contacted me saying that the same type of physical and sometimes sexual abuse was happening to them at detention centres that they were kept at all over the country. I've spoken to men from 20 different detention centres and they complain about the same treatment. I think it was a systematic thing that these prison officers were cogs in a big machine which was designed culturally or by training to treat boys really badly.
The call now is for a public inquiry into all of those detention centres. Durham Constabulary has apologised for what it called its historic failure to investigate what the victims at Medomsley were telling them.
I fully appreciate that the level of abuse and the consistency and time frame of abuse that we are dealing with will have affected their lives forever in a way that they have had to deal with this through an emotional, psychological and also a physical manner. And for that, again, I absolutely wholeheartedly offer my apologies and just to say I am so sorry that we let you down.
But the Ombudsman points out that the complaints process for children in custody remains the same today as it was decades ago when all that abuse was going on. Greg Milam, Sky News.
Well, the Prisons and Probation Ombudsman, Adrian Usher, described the abuse as systemic and said he thinks it's possible there are more victims who are yet to come forward.
Widespread physical abuse was present from the day Medomsley opened its doors until the day they closed in 1987, resulting in thousands of victims of physical abuse. Sexual abuse was also systemically deployed by at least 2 and probably more individuals for a very protracted period of time and at least 16 years, resulting in hundreds of victims of sexual abuse that we know about, and there are likely far more that have never found overcome the shame and frustration of what happened to them to be able to come forward.
Well, in response to the report, the Youth Justice Minister, Jake Richards, said to the men who suffered such horrific abuse at Medomsley, I want to say again, I'm truly sorry. The failings set out in today's report by the Prisons and Probation Ombudsman are truly harrowing. We must ensure nothing like this ever happens again. The government's establishing a youth custody safeguarding panel to review how we protect children in custody today. It will ensure their voices are heard, that complaints are taken seriously, and that every child is kept safe from harm. We brought you the news just a short time ago that the death of Baroness Newlove, the Victims Commissioner, had been announced. She died very suddenly at the age of 63. We've just had word from the Deputy Prime Minister and Lord Chancellor David Lammy. He says he's deeply saddened to learn of her passing. He said, as both Victims Commissioner and Deputy Speaker in the House of Lords, Helen brought unparalleled experience and dedication to her roles. House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt, who says the Democrats have selectively leaked emails to the liberal media to create a fake narrative to smear President Trump. The unnamed victim referenced in these emails is the late Virginia Giuffre, who repeatedly said President Trump was not involved in any wrongdoing whatsoever and couldn't have been friendlier to her in their limited interactions. The fact remains that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club decades ago for being a creep to his female employees, including Giuffre. These stories are nothing more than bad faith efforts to distract from President Trump's historic accomplishments. And any American with common sense sees right through this hoax and clear distraction from the government opening back up again. So, pretty robust denial from the White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt. Well, let's get more now on why decades of abuse against young men at Medomsley Detention Centre in County Durham were ignored by those in charge. Joining me now is Gabriel Shaw, the Chief Executive of the National Association. Trump to the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein.
Is the Health Secretary a traitor or a faithful Prime Minister?
Keir Starmer denies authorising a number 10 attack on Wes Streeting amid mounting speculation he could face a leadership coup.
2 weeks from a budget, the government has descended into civil war.
I've never authorised attacks on cabinet members. I appointed them to their posts because they're the best people to carry out their jobs.
Meanwhile, the Health Secretary rules out a plot to oust the Prime Minister, saying he wants to crack on with fixing the NHS.
I've got a harder job already, so I'm quite enjoying doing this one. Thank you very much. And I'm definitely not going to say anything today that adds to the silly season going on down south.
The victim's commissioner, Baroness Newlove, who started campaigning after the murder of her husband, Gary, dies suddenly at the age of 63. The government apologises after a report finds decades of abuse at a County Durham detention centre was ignored by authorities.
It was hell on earth. Every day was hell on earth. Every day and night was hell on earth for the full 9.5 weeks. Because the violence, what they were doing to you, it was disgusting.
Hello, good afternoon. We begin this hour with breaking news, and Democrats in the United States have released emails which they say link Donald Trump to the paedophile financier Jeffrey Epstein. Members of the Oversight Committee have published 3 emails this morning out of thousands, the committee says, it's reviewing from the Epstein estate. One email alleges that Donald Trump spent hours with a victim. Trump has consistently denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein and has previously called the allegations against him a hoax. Well, let's bring in our US correspondent, James Matthews, who's outside the Capitol building. And James, as might be expected, a pretty strong rebuttal in the last half hour from the White House.
Hi, Jane. Yeah, things are moving pretty quickly on this story, and we've heard from the White House in the past half hour. I will read their statement to you, but let me flesh out the developments as they are this morning. This House Oversight Committee, which has been looking into the Epstein affair, it has amassed thousands of documents from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. Today, it released 3, which, on the face of it, would appear to raise questions. That's certainly the view of Democrats on that committee. Now, remember, Donald Trump has consistently and emphatically denied all knowledge or involvement in Jeffrey Epstein's criminal wrongdoing, the late sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. These 3 emails, 2 were exchanges between Epstein and Michael Wolff, the author. One exchange was with Ghislaine Maxwell. She, of course, is in prison. She's Jeffrey Epstein's co-accused, serving 20 years. I'll read you some of that email exchange between Epstein and Maxwell, Jane. It dates from April 2011. And Epstein told Maxwell this: I want you to realise that that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. And he added that an unnamed victim, a victim unnamed in this email, spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. In response, Ghislaine Maxwell emailed back, I have been thinking about that. So, in the minds of Democrats on this investigating House Oversight Committee, that raises significant questions about links between Epstein and Trump. Representative Robert Garcia has said this in a statement: these latest emails and correspondence raise glaring questions about what else the White House is hiding and the nature of the relationship between Epstein and the president. Now, that was the story as of an hour ago. We contacted the White House and they have come back with this statement, attributable to Karoline Leavitt, press secretary. The Democrats, she says, selectively leaked emails to the liberal media to create a fake narrative to smear President Trump. The unnamed victim referenced in these emails is the late Virginia Giuffre, who repeatedly said President Trump was not involved in any wrongdoing whatsoever and couldn't have been friendlier to her in their limited interactions. The fact remains that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club decades ago for being a creep to his female employees including Giuffre. These stories are nothing more than bad faith efforts to distract from President Trump's historic accomplishments, and any American with common sense sees right through this hoax and clear distraction from the government opening back up again. So that's from Caroline Levitt. She's due to give a news conference at the White House in a couple of hours, Jane. I suppose one of the first questions would be, well, you refer to Virginia Giuffre as being on friendly terms with the president. The family of Virginia Giuffre are very vocal in demanding the full release of the Epstein files so that the public can scrutinise exactly what were the links between Trump and Epstein. Expect that Q&A coming up in a couple of hours. The White House making the point clearly that they reckon the full context has been stripped out of this story and that these 3 emails do not pass muster in isolation. I can tell you in the past 10 minutes, the House Oversight Committee, which is dominated by Republicans, they have released a further 20,000 documents, making the statement, Democrats whine about releasing the files, but they only cherry pick when they have them to generate clickbait. That's a Republican view on that committee. So, where are we now, Jane? I suppose we are at the stage where these 20,000 files have been released and ourselves and everybody else will be poring over them to investigate further exactly what were the links between Epstein and Trump. That still is at the heart of this story. And Donald Trump, remember, the president, emphatically denies any connection with Epstein's criminal wrongdoing.
James, thanks so much for that. James Matthews there for us in America. We will, of course, bring you Caroline Levitt's press statement in a little while. Thanks very much there, James. Now, Sir Keir Starmer and his Health Secretary Wes Streeting have been forced to defend themselves on a day that's been dominated by talk of an alleged leadership plot. The Prime Minister says he didn't authorise Number 10 briefings against Wes Streeting.
Documents are released, also ahead.
Is the Health Secretary a traitor or a faithful Prime Minister?
Sir Keir Starmer denies he's behind attacks on ministers following claims of a leadership challenge.
2 weeks from a budget, the government has descended into civil war.
I've never authorised attacks on cabinet members. I appointed them to their posts because they're the best people to carry out their jobs.
Also, a government apology after abuse was ignored at a detention centre where a man thought to be the UK's most prolific sex offender attacked young men. And on the front line of the people smuggling crisis, we report from Libya on the route known as the most dangerous path to Europe.
A lot of desperation and urging us. They think we've got something to do with it, and they're urging us to take them to Europe.
Good evening. Democrats in the United States have released emails which they say raise serious questions about the nature of President Trump's relationship with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. In one of the emails, Epstein asserts that Mr. Trump knew about the girls. In another, Epstein says Mr. Trump spent hours at his house with an unnamed victim. The White House says the release of the emails is an attempt to create a fake narrative and that President Trump was not involved in any wrongdoing whatsoever. And Republicans have released thousands more documents relating to Epstein in the last hour, promising to reveal the full truth after accusing Democrats of slandering the president. Well, tonight we're expecting to hear from the White House Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt, who will hold a news briefing at around 6 o'clock. But let's speak now to our US correspondent, Mark Stone, who is in Washington. And Mark, these are emails between Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and also Epstein and the author Michael Wolff.
Yeah, I mean, those are the first. That is the tip of the iceberg that we have got at the moment. What has happened this morning is pretty remarkable indeed. And first of all, the House Oversight Committee over on the Hill released the 3 emails that you're referencing. And since then, they have dumped 20,000 or so documents online. And we're in here so that we can just give you a sense of how much. I mean, have a look at the screen behind me and you can see just how many documents there are. If I go to this document here and open this, you can see a huge number of documents. This is just one of a number of different files that have been released. If I go back to the images section, you can see there are a huge number of different files. Some of these are emails. Some of them are publicly available articles that were sent to and fro between Epstein and his associates. Some of them appear to be images. There are a few videos here as well. As I say, we, and I imagine newsrooms right around the world are at the moment trawling through what is in here to see what is relevant, what is not. You can see the blacked out lines here are redacted bits. So, of course, there are people named in here who, for various reasons, the House Oversight Committee, who has got hold of the Epstein estate and is now releasing so much of it. They have decided to redact certain names, and among them will be Epstein's victims as well. So not only newsrooms, Mark, but I would think that in the White House as well, they are trawling through this to see what they can, what's in there, how damaging they think it might be for the president. But of course, as we know, Mark, with the Jeffrey Epstein story, there are so many tangents. There are so many people who have been associated with him. And of course, there may be details in here. We've seen one email from Peter Mandelson, former British ambassador here. Of course, his association with Epstein resulted in his downfall as ambassador. There is an email that we've seen. We're not going to publish it at the moment, but we're looking at it and others. It certainly suggests, again, a close relationship with between Mandelson and Epstein. Prince Andrew, of course, the man formerly known as Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, he is referenced in here as well. And then, of course, the president himself, and a couple of emails, that the initial few that were released by the House Oversight Committee. We've got details of them. There is an email from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. He, of course, is now dead. She is in a prison in the United States. An email from April 2011 where he wrote to Maxwell. He said to her, "I want you to realize that the dog who hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent," and then they've blanked out the name of the victim, "spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there." So that is an email from Epstein to Maxwell. There are other emails from the author and journalist Michael Wolff to Jeffrey Epstein. There's one from December 2015. The subject is "Heads Up," and it says, if he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in any way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you, or if it really looks like he could win, remember this is just before the 2016 election, he could save you generating a debt. So that is what appears to be advice that the author Michael Wolff, who has been a contributor on Sky over the past few years and elsewhere, of course, he wrote to Epstein in December 2015. Now, as you can imagine, Mark, the White House has responded to those initial 3 emails that were released. And we have a statement from Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary. She says the Democrats selectively leaked emails to the liberal media to create a fake narrative to smear President Trump. The unnamed victim referenced in these emails is the late Virginia Giuffre. The woman who was photographed, you'll remember, in that now infamous photo with Prince Andrew in London. And she reached an out-of-court settlement with Andrew. The Leavitt statement goes on to say, Virginia Giuffre, who repeatedly said Prince Andrew was not involved in any wrongdoing. Repeatedly said President Trump was not involved with any wrongdoing whatsoever and couldn't have been friendlier to her in their limited interactions. It goes on to say the fact remains that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club decades ago for being a creep to his female employees, including Giuffre. So from the White House, in response to those initial 3 releases, those 3 emails, 2 of which I read there, a robust response saying that the Democrats are simply trying to smear Donald Trump. They say that Donald Trump has been very open about his historic relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, that he ditched Jeffrey Epstein many, many years ago when he decided he was a wrong-un. We also do know that Epstein was once frequently at the Mar-a-Lago club. Virginia Giuffre, she worked at that club as well. But to sum up, Mark, in effect, the Epstein files, as they have become known, appear today to have been released. Maybe not all of them, but a huge number. And we and many others, I imagine, are trawling through them and trying to put some context and significance to them.
Yeah, and that is the point, really, because the background to all this was this increasing pressure, wasn't it? And also the White House administration, the Trump administration's reluctance, it seemed, to release the entire Epstein files.
Yes, because you'll remember during the campaign before President Trump won, one of the demands by his base of support across the country was to release the Epstein files, and he said he would. But once he took office, and we remember that senior administration officials, the Attorney General and others said that they had the Epstein files, they were on their desk. and yet then they changed their decision and decided that either there wasn't anything to release or that they weren't prepared to release them. There was nothing to see here. But now this bipartisan committee, the House Oversight Committee, has made the decision to release these huge number of documents.
OK, Mark, thank you very much. And as I was saying a little earlier, the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is to hold a news briefing just after 6 o'clock, and we will bring you that live. And by the way, before that, at 5:45, I'll be joined by a former state attorney in Palm Beach in Florida, Dave Arenberg. So stay with us too for that. Now, back here, there's pressure on the Prime Minister over alleged plots to oust him from Downing Street. It all began last night when allies of Sir Keir Starmer told journalists that he would fight any attempt to unseat him, with the finger being pointed at the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting. This morning, a spirited Mr Streeting told Sky News that he was innocent and was faithful to the Prime Minister. Well, this afternoon, the Prime Minister insisted that he had not authorised briefings against his own ministers, but was accused by the Tories of presiding over a toxic culture in Downing Street.
The Health Secretary said there is a toxic culture in Downing Street that needs to change. He's right, isn't he?
Mr. Speaker, my focus each and every day is on rebuilding and renewing our country. But let me be absolutely clear, any attack on any member of my cabinet is completely unacceptable.
These attacks came from number 10, nowhere else, his toxic number 10. The person responsible for the culture in number 10 is his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney. Does the Prime Minister have full confidence in him?
Morgan McSweeney, my team and I are absolutely focused on delivering for the country. And let me be clear, of course, Mr. Speaker,
and then Margaret, and then Andrew. Bless you, Lord. Do you think we could Jared down? Okay, good. Okay. Should get lunch.
Carlo, thank you. Did you just skip out on breakfast this morning?
There's breakfast?
I know, we missed you guys.
Guys, Fox triplets. Out time estimates tonight.
I mean, there's 23,000 pages of documents the Republicans have just released. We'll talk about that in a moment. Just on the 3 in which Trump's name appears, what do you make of those emails and the questions the questions that arise from them?
Mark, the emails are damaging for 3 people involved in this. First, of course, Donald Trump. This continues to be a drip of negative publicity about Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And Trump could have just said, release all the files and then move beyond this. But because he refuses to release the files, you see this continual drip of bad news about Trump. And that's something that has infected even his own base. Number 2, Ghislaine Maxwell looks bad in this because she's trying to get a pardon, and yet she's a proven liar. Under oath, when she interviewed with Todd Blanche, who is the number 2 person at the Department of Justice, she told him that she does not remember ever seeing Trump at Jeffrey Epstein's home. These emails show she knew that Trump visited Jeffrey Epstein's home. She is a constant liar. And then number 3, Michael Wolff, the author, looks bad because it looks like he was an informal advisor to Jeffrey Epstein, even suggesting he gain some leverage over Donald Trump in case he needs him in the future, depending on what Trump said or would not say during a debate.
Yeah, and I mean, the White House is very quick to respond, saying this is selective choice of or release of emails, misleading, hoax, fake news, designed to damage Trump, all that kind of stuff. And then we had this big release by the Republicans, 23,000. What did you make of the timing of that?
Well, the Republicans have released information that's already been out into the public. And so that's not the files that the public are clamoring for. They want the entire file. And until that happens, none of this is going to satisfy anyone. So the Republicans should be advised to push for the release of everything. What they've released has not moved the needle. What the Democrats have released has gotten attention because it is new and it does show the relationship between Trump and Epstein. Now, are the Democrats motivated by politics? Well, that's a big consideration. But Trump is leading with his chin. He's allowing this to happen by refusing to release the entire file. That's what's needed for full transparency here. And this story is not going away until that happens.
Right. So you don't think the 23,000 is anywhere near the full file?
Oh, it definitely is not. It definitely is not. Now, in fact, most of that stuff has already been part of the public's narrative. They've known about this stuff. So what they want to see are the stuff that's hidden about co-conspirators. It's not clear whether Donald Trump or anyone else did anything illegal here, but there's a lot of smoke, and the cover-up is often worse than the crime. That's why they should allow all this stuff to be out there. And if there are court orders that prevent it, then abide by those court orders, but release everything else. There's still a lot of information that is kept away from the public's eyes.
Because Trump had originally said, if I'm not mistaken, that he would release the files, and then there's been backtracking. I mean, will this add on the pressure, on the White House to release the files? Because in many ways, the Republicans are in a difficult position, the House Republicans, because they obviously want to protect Trump. But they've also, as you suggested there, got this base who are clamoring for a full disclosure.
Right. And since I'm on Sky News, I get to use one of my favorite phrases. Trump is hoist by his own petard, to use a Shakespearean phrase. And that's because his own supporters, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, were calling for the release of the files, saying there's a cover-up going on. And Trump then appointed those 2 individuals to lead the FBI. And now that they're the head of the FBI, they're saying nothing to see here. So that is what is making people so suspicious. Trump's own base is calling for the release of the files because they were promised it, and they feel like they have been played for fools. So it's not going away. He needs to release it. And again, there's nothing that we've seen so far that shows that Trump engaged in sex trafficking. But now part of the emails that came out shows that he was at Jeffrey Epstein's home. He allegedly spent a lot of time with one of the girls and allegedly knew about the girls. So we need more information to find out what that all means.
Yeah, as you say, there's absolutely no suggestion of criminal activity, but it does raise questions. So look, just finally, and by the way, we like Shakespeare on Sky News. Just finally, where do you think this is all heading?
This is heading towards more pressure on releasing the files. Today, there's a new member of Congress being sworn in, and when she gets sworn in, she will provide the deciding vote to get the files released. Now, once it passes the House of Representatives, it goes to the Senate, and I think it will pass there, and then it will be up to Trump to allow it to be released or to veto it. That will make him look terrible. He needs to get in front of the story and just say, release everything, or else he looks worse and worse every day.
Right, well, that's interesting because what you're saying is even if the vote goes through, it will still be up to Donald Trump to make that final decision.
Correct. And it's his own Department of Justice that is saying we're not releasing it because Trump is making that call. Ultimately, it's up to the president whether the public sees these files as they had been promised for a long time.
Okay, Dave Arenberg, thank you very much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's just have a look at the weather. And southern parts look mild but unsettled all week, while the north will turn drier and colder. It will be quite windy this evening with coastal gales in the southwest and far northwest and prolonged rain from central parts of Ireland through to western Wales and northern England. Elsewhere, many northern and southeastern parts look fine, but there'll be showers for northern Scotland, while the southwest will be drizzly. A news briefing. This after Democrats released 3 emails which they say raise questions about the nature of President Trump's relationship with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. The White House says the release of the emails is an attempt to create a fake narrative. More on that at the top of the hour.
In the dark of night as the bill was coming out of appropriations to give themselves a multi-million-dollar payout if they were investigated for the January 6th investigation. I have never seen such corrupt, anti-constitutional self-dealing as we've seen come out of the United States Senate with this bill. And my colleagues who spent 7 hours in the House Rules Committee last night and refused across the aisle to vote to take that out of the bill, which means that when they vote for that bill today on the House floor, they are basically voting to pay off and pay out Senate Republicans who don't want to be held accountable for January 6th. And that's the question that people should be asking, is why Republicans shut down our government. The president withheld food assistance from 42 million Americans and held our government hostage while he demolished the White House. He went golfing. He threw a lavish set of parties at his private resort, and he gave $40 billion to his buddy in Argentina. And now, after 55 days, the House of Representatives, which was shut down by the Speaker, is bringing people back to vote on a corrupt piece of legislation. That is what people should be asking about.
So a 3-year discharge petition is what you guys are going to pursue. What's your optimism around that?
Well, we got to find a few brave Republicans who still have a backbone and some guts to stand up to this administration and actually care for their constituents. It's my hope that the 25 or so moderate Republicans who said that they actually care about health care reform in their constituents will join us. But ultimately, it'll be up to the American people to hold them accountable to do that.
Why 3 years?
3 years? Well, what I can say is that the original negotiating position of the Democrats in the House and Senate had been a 2-year extension. That was obviously rejected. I did not draft the discharge petition, so you will have to ask the leadership about why it was extended to 3 years, but I certainly support it and will be signing on to it this afternoon.
Are you seeing us being back here in January in the same boat?
Absolutely. January 30th is the end of this CR. Do I think that the Republicans have the political juice to get the rest of their appropriations bills across the finish line and a healthcare deal? No. They couldn't even be bothered to sit for 7 hours in a Rules Committee hearing last night and actually have a real debate about healthcare. So if we think that they're actually going to, in good faith, fix the American healthcare system in the next 2 months, I think that's a load of bullshit.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hey, check. Just quiet.
President Trump's relationship with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. In one of the emails, Epstein asserts that Mr. Trump spent hours at his house with an unnamed victim. The White House says the release of the emails is an attempt to create a fake narrative and that President Trump was not involved in any wrongdoing whatsoever. And the Republicans have released thousands more documents relating to Epstein this evening, promising to reveal the full truth after accusing Democrats of slandering the president. Tonight, we're expecting to hear from the White House Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt, who will hold a news briefing shortly. We will join that as it happens. First to our US correspondent, Mark Stone, who is also in Washington. So, Mark, well, what a few hours. 3 emails from the Democrats naming President Trump, and then suddenly this a dump, I suppose you could call it, of 23,000 documents from the Republicans.
Yeah, it is, I have to say, Mark, pretty overwhelming, the amount of documents. We've come in here to the podcast studio because it's the best way to illustrate to you at this stage what has been released. So you're looking here at one file within another file within another file, which is just one of these files has got so many different documents in it. Emails, articles that were shared by Jeffrey Epstein with his associates. There are some bank statements, I think, here. There's all sorts. So that's just one file. If I go back back a page here, you can see all these different documents here. Within each of these files is a wealth of documents. And if I go back one more, you can see that there are initially 4 files here, one labeled data, images, natives, and text. If I open the text one, for example, there are a huge number of documents, again, with all sorts of documents in them, all of which the Oversight Committee clearly believes are in some way relevant. Now, effectively, what we have got here, Mark, is the release of the Epstein files, so-called. Files all from the Epstein estate related to him in one way or another. Some will be tangential, some will be highly, highly significant, and on so many different issues as well. Significant, perhaps, relating to Prince Andrew, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, as he is now known. Some relating perhaps to the likes of Peter Mandelson. We've seen one email between Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Mandelson that hadn't previously been published. We know that Mandelson's association with Epstein brought about his downfall as Britain's ambassador here in the United States, and of course related to Donald Trump as well. We know that historically Epstein and Trump were close. Donald Trump says he disassociated himself with Epstein many, many years ago when he realized he was bad news. I'm going to pull out just a couple of emails for now, as we, and I imagine newsrooms and probably the White House, newsrooms around the world and probably the White House are doing what we're doing, trying to trawl through all of this. But you mentioned 3 emails that were initially released and then followed the dump of over 20,000 documents. It's kind of similar to what happened with the birthday letter. Remember that initially we got just the letter that Donald Trump, or the birthday card that Donald Trump had sent to Jeffrey Epstein, which was damaging, say, critics of President Trump. But then hours later, the Oversight Committee then released the whole birthday card. Well, today they released just 3 emails. The Democrats released them, and then the Republicans on the committee released this wealth of documents. The 3 email, well, one email I'm going to pull out to you was written by Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell, his girlfriend. He, of course, now dead. She is in prison in the United States. The email was written in April 2011. And he says to her, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. He then goes on to name a victim. That name has been redacted. He says, victim spent hours at my house with him, with Trump, so alleges Jeffrey Epstein. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. So there is an allegation. Incidentally, Ghislaine Maxwell replies, I have been thinking about that. So there is an allegation from Jeffrey Epstein that a victim, unnamed, but who has since been named by the White House, and I'll come to that, spent hours at my Epstein's house with him, Donald Trump. So that is one email of clearly of significance. There are others too. I won't go into those in detail right now, but as I say, we're analysing them all, and so stay tuned and go onto our app and website as well, where we'll have plenty more. Now, the White House responded, Mark, to those 3 initial emails, one of which I just read out there. Caroline Leavitt is the press secretary. She released a statement earlier today where she said the Democrats selectively leaked emails to the liberal media to create a fake narrative to smear President Trump. The unnamed victim, that's the one in the email I just read, referenced in these emails is the late Virginia Giuffre, who repeatedly said that President Trump was not involved in any wrongdoing whatsoever and, quote, couldn't have been friendlier to her in their limited interactions. The statement goes on to say, the fact remains that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club decades ago for being a creep to his female employees, including Giuffre. And it concludes, these stories are nothing more than bad faith efforts to distract from President Trump's historic accomplishments, and any American with common sense sees right through this hoax and clear distinction from the government. Distraction from the government opening back up again. That a reference to the fact that the federal government remains in shutdown. So a robust defense of President Trump by his press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. A bit of context briefly to that. Virginia Giuffre, she is the woman photographed with Andrew in that now infamous photo. She worked at Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's property down in Florida many years ago. So that is the context there. There is going to be a lot more that comes out of this. And as you say, we're expecting to hear from the White House, from Caroline Leavitt, in the hour ahead.
Yeah, Mark, thanks very much. And I'm just keeping an eye on the podium at the White House where Caroline Leavitt is expected. And I reckon there's a more than evens chance you'll be asked about the emails. Some breaking news here in the meantime, and it is that Sir Keir Starmer, well, it involves the appointment of David Cogan as chair of the Independent Football Regulator.
The Republicans for the shutdown this past week, about 40 days or so.
What was for lunch today?
I was just munching on some chips, which I shouldn't be eating. It spikes my blood sugar.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm putting health first, So, anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And then there till.
It's exciting. During the shutdown, none of us took tickets. Maybe, yeah. Haven't got me yet. Nice one. Yeah, we're very bad. Thank you. It's easy to I am. Oh, I've seen those. Yeah. It's not specific. Ridiculous.
this door needs to be open. So.
You're not going to let us in here anymore after this.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here today. We are going to get to my remarks and Q&A as always, but I do have the FBI director with me here, Kash Patel. You all know him well, and he's here to provide an update for you all with respect to China. As you know, President Trump had a very successful meeting on his trip to Asia with President Xi, where they discussed the need for China to crack down on fentanyl production and distribution, which ultimately makes its way here to the United States of America. And the FBI director recently traveled to China following President Trump's meeting to meet with his counterpart in Beijing. And he has a really positive announcement for the American people to share. So the president wanted me to bring the FBI director out to share that with all of you today. So Kash, please, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Caroline. As Caroline mentioned, we have some tremendous news thanks to President Donald J. Trump once again for the American people.
As soon as the President of the United States took office, he issued a mandate to rid America of the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. Thanks to his leadership and direct engagements with China, we set up a framework to execute that mission 8 months ago. Attorney General Bondi immediately thereafter took steps to engage her counterpart in China at the Ministry of Public Security. Pursuant to their direct discussions, as the FBI director designated to run counterpoint on this, along with the Secretary of State Rubio and Ambassador Perdue and the team here at the White House, we set forward a path to implement the policy needed to crush the plague of fentanyl. Deputy Attorney General Blanche and our teams have been hard at work ever since, ultimately culminating in my trip to Beijing last week. This was only possible due to President Trump's historic engagement with President Xi just a few short weeks ago that set the stage for today's announcement. At that meeting, the leaders reached an agreement. But just to put this in frame for the American people, a reminder here that nearly 100,000 people died of fentanyl overdoses just last year alone. Here, this year, under this president, the FBI has seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl so far. That is a 31% increase from the same time period last year. To put it in perspective, that's enough fentanyl to kill 127 million Americans. Fentanyl precursors are what makes up fentanyl. While we, the interagency, the Department of Justice, have been fighting hard to seize and stop drug traffickers, we must attack fentanyl precursors, the ingredients necessary to make this lethal drug. That was the sole purpose of my trip to China, to eliminate these precursors. And if successful, we would suffocate the drug trafficking organization's ability to manufacture fentanyl in places like Mexico. This was the first time an FBI director has been to China in over a decade and received the audience with his counterpart to address this matter directly. And again, thanks to President Trump's direct engagement with President Xi, the government of China committed fully to my engagement there on the ground in Beijing at a level never seen before. While at Ministry of Public Security headquarters, I met with my counterpart at MPS, where the Chinese government agreed on a plan to stop fentanyl precursors. What does that mean? The People's Republic of China has fully designated and listed all 13 precursors utilized to make fentanyl. Furthermore, they have agreed to control 7 chemical subsidiaries that are also utilized to produce this lethal drug. Effective immediately, essentially, President Trump has shut off the pipeline that creates fentanyl that kills tens of thousands of Americans. These substances are now banned, and they will no longer be utilized by the Mexican drug trafficking organizations or any other DTOs around the world to make this drug. This historic achievement has saved tens of thousands of lives. This historic achievement would not have been possible without the tremendous team of President Trump, the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and Ambassador Perdue in China, whose ground-level engagements were imperative to achieving this result. This is yet another example of how President Trump defends the American people, provides security for the American people, and puts the American people first. This is a historic first-in-its-kind achievement by any president to stop the scourge of fentanyl, and it should be championed by every single American. This achievement will save lives. We are thankful for President Trump's steadfast leadership, and this FBI will fearlessly follow in his footsteps to ensure that this mission of safeguarding the American public is achieved every single day. Thank you. Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you again, Director Patel. Before we get going, I do have one quick scheduling announcement. Tomorrow, President Trump will be joined by the First Lady in the East Room for an executive order signing aimed at expanding opportunities for education, career development, housing, and other resources for young people transitioning from foster care to adulthood. This is part of the First Lady's Fostering the Future efforts, which are a Be Best initiative. In other news, the Democrats dragged on the government shutdown for 43 days, the longest shutdown in U.S. history. But tonight, thanks to Republicans, the White House is very hopeful that this shutdown is going to come to an end. The damage caused by the Democrats with this reckless government shutdown cannot be forgotten. It is entirely the fault of the Democrat Party. Just look at the vote count. Hundreds of thousands of federal employees have missed their paychecks. Tens of billions in wages and benefits were withheld, impacting vulnerable families. Millions of low-income Americans missed their SNAP benefits. Nearly 20,000 flights at airports across the country were delayed due to staffing shortages, causing Americans to miss family events, vacations, and work obligations. According to Airlines for America, an estimated 5.2 million travelers have had their flights disrupted over the course of the Democrat shutdown. And our economy has lost billions and billions of dollars in economic activity over the course of this shutdown, hurting consumer sentiment and crushing the travel and hospitality industries. According to a CBO estimate, the Democrat shutdown could end up decreasing fourth quarter economic growth by 2 whole percentage points. The Democrat shutdown made it extraordinarily difficult for economists, investors, and policymakers at the Federal Reserve to receive critical government data. The Democrats may have permanently damaged the federal statistical system, with October CPI and jobs reports likely never being released. And all of that economic data released will be permanently impaired, leaving our policymakers at the Fed flying blind at a critical period. It's hard to recap all of this without asking a simple question: why? Why have the Democrats put the American people through this pain for 43 days in a row? And it feels like Groundhog Day being up here again talking about this Democrat shutdown. And the answer to that question is pure partisan politics. They started this shutdown with a ridiculous demand to force taxpayer-funded healthcare benefits to illegal aliens who broke into our country. Even after it was clear President Trump and Republicans would never force American taxpayers to pay for free health care for illegals. In fact, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill fixed that problem. The Democrats kept dragging this reckless government shutdown on for weeks longer to boost their turnout in an election, perhaps one may guess. That's because the Democrats are totally captured by their far left-wing base, who only care about attacking President Trump, even if it means hurting innocent Americans in our country. The Democrats' weakness and their unwillingness to buck the fringe members of their party dragged this harmful shutdown on for 7 weeks and inflicted massive pain onto the American public. But let's be clear, the clean CR being voted on today in the House of Representatives that will lead to the reopening of the federal government is what President Trump and Republicans have supported from day one. Our troops, air traffic controllers, and federal employees will be back to receiving their regular paychecks. Families in need will get back to receiving their food purchasing assistance, and the people's government will soon be back open for business. President Trump looks forward to finally ending this devastating Democrat shutdown with his signature, and we hope that signing will take place later tonight. On another matter, I want to address the affordability issue that's received a great deal of media attention this past week, which is ironic because it didn't receive that much attention when Joe Biden was here and inflation was at a record high 9%, the worst inflation crisis in modern American history. And President Trump won a landslide election in part to address the affordability issues created by Joe Biden and the Democrats. And that's exactly what President Trump has done since day one of his administration. Since the first day in office and every day since, the Trump administration has taken aggressive action to fix the Biden-created cost of living issues. The notion that the same Democrats who just shut down the federal government to sabotage our economy, rob people of their paychecks, and also helped Joe Biden ratchet up inflation to 9% are now suddenly affordability champions, that notion is completely absurd. And it's something only the liberal media would have the gall to push. But the reality is that President Trump and his administration have done so much to lower prices and increase the economic prosperity of the American people. And this president and his team of amazing economic advisors are going to keep working on this issue every single day. In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security, which will guarantee that next year Americans are going to put more money back into their pockets. The president has completely unleashed American energy dominance to help bring gasoline prices to the lowest in 5 years, and we expect them to continue to decrease And it has also lowered energy costs overall. There is more work to do. But again, the president's deregulatory and pro-American energy agenda is absolutely going to continue to drive down prices. This formula worked in the president's first term, and we expect that it's going to work again. And this is key because we know energy costs are the #1 driver of inflation. Again, just look at what Joe Biden did to our energy industry over the past 4 years of his administration, and look at what happened to inflation as a result. Everything became more expensive. To lower prescription drug prices and healthcare costs, the president has been working around the clock on this issue. He is obsessed with negotiating these good deals on behalf of the American people to bring down pharmaceutical costs and drug costs for Americans. And he has done so on a number of fronts. You have seen him discuss that in the Oval Office several times. To fuel small businesses, lower their costs, and incentivize hiring, the Trump administration has already cut 30 unnecessary regulations for every new one on the books, which we know will save employers and small businesses across the country thousands of dollars in regulatory burdens. All of these pro-Trump policies are working, and they will continue to work. Wages are rising at the fastest pace of the start of a presidential administration in 60 years. The cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 per year. There's much work to do, and this administration will continue to do it. But President Trump has already made great progress in cleaning up the economic disaster that was created by Joe Biden. With that, I will take your questions today, and in our new media seat, we have Bev Turner, who works for a new outlet, a UK outlet, but based here in Washington, D.C., GB News. Bev, thank you for being here today. Why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. So the clock is ticking on the Friday deadline by which the BBC must retract and apologise for their malicious edit of the president in the documentary shown last year. The recently resigned Director General of the BBC yesterday described the organisation as the very best of society and blamed the enemies of the BBC for this outcome. Also yesterday, a senior government minister launched a fierce defence of the channel in the House of Commons, saying that the broadcaster remains a light on the hill for people all over the world. So, does the president feel that the network is taking the situation seriously? Does he believe that they've shown sufficient regret? Does this strain the relationship between the president and the prime minister? And given that the organisation is publicly funded, is the president prepared to bankrupt the BBC in his pursuit of truth and justice?
Well, thank you, Bev. There's a lot of questions in one there. I will say I know the president has a very good relationship with Prime Minister Starmer. You have been there, you've seen them in their interactions, you've questioned both leaders in your time joining us when we've gone to the United Kingdom a few different times now. However, he has always been very frank when he disagrees with leaders, even whom he has a good relationship with. And the BBC, being a fair news organization, is definitely an outlet. I think these two leaders would disagree. The president has made it very clear that this is a leftist propaganda machine that is unfortunately subsidized by British taxpayers, and he thinks that's extremely unfortunate for the great people of the United Kingdom and Great Britain. And I think that the president was deeply concerned by the editing, the purposeful and dishonest editing of his speech that was so clearly fake news, and he rightfully dubbed that term many years ago, and this is a classic example of that. We see it in the United States all the time. We see it now in the United Kingdom. As you know, the president's external legal counsel has filed a lawsuit against the BBC. We expect that to continue, and whether they apologize or not is up to them. Thanks for being here, Bev. Ouija.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
I have your statement about the new Epstein emails that have been released by House Democrats. Separate from why you believe the emails were made public, can you address their substance? Did the president ever spend hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with a victim?
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And what President Trump has always said is that he was from Palm Beach, and so was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a member at Mar-a-Lago until President Trump kicked him out because Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep. And this email you refer to with the name of a victim that was unredacted now and has since been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. And it was CBS's own reporting, Ouija, that recently wrote that Miss Guffrey maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should all go ask them after this briefing, of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made statements about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and is unfortunately no longer with us. Mary.
Thank you, Galen. 2 questions on this. In the interest of transparency, why not just go ahead, release the full files on Epstein, get this all over with?
This administration has done more with respect to transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein than any administration ever. In fact, this administration, the Department of Justice, has turned over tens of thousands of documents to the American people. We are cooperating and showing support for the House Oversight Committee. That's part of the reason you are seeing these documents that were released today, because of the House Oversight Committee's and Republicans' efforts to get these out to the public. This administration also moved, the Department of Justice also moved to unseal grand jury testimony, which we know, unfortunately, a judge declined those requests. So this administration has done more than any, and it just shows how this is truly a manufactured hoax by the Democrat Party. For now, they're talking about it all of a sudden because President Trump is in the Oval Office. But when Joe Biden was sitting in there, the Democrats never brought this up. This wasn't an issue that they cared about because they actually don't care about the victims in these cases. They care about trying to score political points against President Trump, as we have, of course, seen with this government shutdown. And this entire thing, again, it's not a coincidence to the American people at home. There are no coincidences in Washington, D.C. And it is not a coincidence that the Democrats leaked these emails to the fake news this morning ahead of Republicans reopening the government. This is another distraction campaign by the Democrat and the liberal media, and it's why I'm being asked questions about Epstein instead of the government reopening because of Republicans and President Trump.
But given your interest in transparency, Caroline, why are White House officials then meeting with Representative Boebert in an effort to try and get her to not sign this petition calling for the release of the files?
Doesn't it show transparency that members of the Trump administration are willing to brief members of Congress whenever they please? Doesn't that show our level of transparency? Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns? That's a defining factor of transparency, having discussions with members of Congress about various issues. And I'm not going to detail conversations that took place in the Situation Room in the press briefing room. Reagan.
I have a question about the government shutdown.
Thank you.
The Middle East.
I'm glad someone does.
First, on the government shutdown, the shutdown deal reverses the administration's reps, and it also prohibits more from happening until the end of January. I'm wondering if the president had input on this element of the deal, and if he's at all disappointed that's going to reverse the downsizing of the federal government that they did during the shutdown.
I mean, look, I think it's about 6,000 workers total. When you look at that in comparison to the reduction in the federal workforce that this administration has done since January to get rid of the waste, the fraud, the abuse, and to reduce the size of our federal bureaucracy, we've done a lot of great work on that front, and we will continue to. But obviously, the president's main priority was to reopen the federal government and get people back to work, and that's what this deal accomplishes.
There's been reports in Israeli media that the U.S. is considering building a temporary military base on the Gaza border. Can you confirm these reports?
So I had a conversation directly with the reporter who wrote this article, and this article was based on a single piece of paper, an inquiry that somebody in the Department of Navy made about an idea that may happen in the future. And this reporter deemed that as an official plan and ran with a story that the United States is looking into it. I checked with the highest levels of the United States federal government. This is not something the United States is interested in being engaged in. It's not something we are currently involved in right now that we will be funding. And the president has been very clear he doesn't want to see boots on the ground with respect to what's happening in the Middle East. We've made great peace. We've made great progress with the peace plan in Gaza, and we want to continue to see that move forward. But I put a comment in that story for a reason. And sometimes we see reporters take a piece of paper like this and just deem it as official policy, and sometimes that misleads people a little bit. Sure.
There's been a question about UK intelligence sharing regarding the drunk interdictions involving Venezuelan boats. How will that affect the U.S. military operation? There's been a lot of discussion about the high caliber of the intelligence that has been provided before any of these military actions have taken place.
I've seen that report. Oh, hello. I've seen that report. I'm familiar with the reporting, but we don't comment on intelligence matters, classified intelligence matters, as you know. As for the Trump administration's position on our narco-terrorist campaign in the Caribbean, it is going to continue, and the president has made it very clear he's not going to allow terrorists to bring illegal drugs that kill American citizens into our great country. Sure, John. I'll go to John and then Zolan. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Trump has talked about sending out $2,000 checks to U.S. citizens. Earlier this year, he also talked about sending a Doge dividend. That didn't materialize. Should U.S. Citizens expect the $2,000 proposal? Is the White House committed to making that happen?
The White House is committed to making that happen, yes, and we are currently exploring all legal options to get that done. I don't have a timeline for you or any further details, but I can confirm for you that the president made it clear he wants to make it happen, and so his team of economic advisors are looking into it, and when we have an update, we'll provide one. Solon.
You said at the top that one of the costs of the government shutdown was that people missed their SNAP benefits. Can you explain then why the administration went to court to fight the funding of food stamps and SNAP benefits?
So recipients missed their SNAP benefits because the Democrats shut the government down, and they forced the administration to tap into a contingency fund that did not even fund the full entirety of this program. And so then you had an unhinged judge who was trying to dictate from the bench what the executive branch has to pay for and where that money has to come from. That is judicial overreach at its finest, and so that's why the administration pushed back on that. We can't have the judicial branch telling the executive branch that we need to rob the Children Nutrition Fund, which is what this judge was trying to do, to pay for SNAP benefits. That's completely inappropriate and it's unconstitutional, and we've been proven right with that legal argument. But now the good news is, again, thanks to Republicans and in several hours President Trump, the government is going to be reopened, and SNAP recipients are going to receive their full benefits, which is what President Trump has always wanted to do. Stephen.
Why also did you need the judicial process for that? I mean, during this shutdown, didn't the administration have a responsibility to tap into any of those reserves to ensure that essentially
we did. We did tap into it. We did tap into the contingency fund. And then the judge told us, no, you have to get more money from a Children's Nutrition Fund. And we felt that was judicial overreach. You shouldn't tell the president which fund he has to rob because the Democrats are holding the country hostage by shutting down the federal government. Stephen, go ahead.
As well, if the president is considering a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
Again, he's answered this repeatedly. It's not something he's talking about or even thinking about at this moment in time. I can assure you of that. Stephen.
Caroline, I've got two questions about New York for you.
Sure.
First,
you always do.
Mayor-elect
on brand for the New York Post.
Mayor-elect Mamdani, he said that he plans to reach out to President Trump and that, quote, this is a relationship that will be critical. Does the White House have a response to this planned outreach?
It's the first time I'm hearing of it. I'll let the president respond himself to that comment by Mr. Mamdani.
My second question, Jack Schlossberg, the grandson of President Kennedy, announced today that he's running for Congress. He, in the recent past, has referred to his uncle, the HHS secretary, as, quote, a rabid dog, and he has said that the Trump administration is, quote, the most corrupt in American history. Does the White House have a comment on this sort of comment from a rising star in the Democratic Party?
I don't even think such ridiculous comments are worth responding to. Obviously, those things are not true. And Secretary Kennedy is doing a phenomenal job bringing transparency and the gold standard of science back to our healthcare system. Eamon.
Thank you, Caroline. The president's hosting a number of Wall Street CEOs for dinner tonight here at the White House. Can you give us the names of the CEOs who are going to be here and give us a sense of what the president's message to Wall Street is going to be tonight?
I don't have a full list for you in front of me, Eamon. I know you've reported on some names and we've helped you navigate whether those names were truthful or false. But I know the president actually plans to bring some of you into the dinner tonight. So you'll see for yourself in several hours if that's okay with you.
And there's been some reporting that the White House is frustrated with Bill Pulte and the rollout of this proposal for a 50-year mortgage. Can you tell us if the White House is frustrated with that rollout and if the White House still supports the idea of a 50-year mortgage for Americans?
This is a proposal that the president himself has commented on. I would defer you to the president's statements, and it's something that the administration is discussing and seriously looking into. Sure.
Thanks,
Danny, and then go ahead.
Thank you. Some Democratic members of Congress have invited Britain's former Prince Andrew to testify on the Epstein scandal. I was just wondering if President Trump thinks that former Prince Andrew should indeed come and testify to Congress on that.
I haven't spoken to him about that specific matter, but I can ask him and get back to you.
On the government shutdown, the president and House Republicans had made clear they were not going to negotiate health care strategy or policy while the government was shut down. Now, assuming that it reopens tonight, is the president intending to invite any Democrats over to have negotiations over these subsidies or any other plan to bring down the cost of health insurance?
I will just add that, as you pointed out, the Democrats were holding our country hostage to try to negotiate on a healthcare system that they created. Obamacare, as it's famously called, is a system the Democrats created. It is a broken system. It has driven up healthcare costs dramatically in this country. And now they shut the government down to try to fix that system they broke. It doesn't make any sense to us, which is why the president said that's a completely untenable position. However, once the government reopens, the president, as he's always maintained, is absolutely open to having conversations about healthcare. And I think you'll see the president putting forth some really good policy proposals the Democrats should take very seriously to fix, again, the system that they broke. You can't trust the same people who broke the system to fix it, and so the American people will continue to hear from the president on this issue.
Follow up on the question about the $2,000 payments of tariff revenue. The president had also talked about using tariffs to bring down the national debt. Would this be in lieu of that? Like, this is now the new way to maybe to use that tariff revenue?
No, the president put out a statement on this clarifying he wants to do both things with the tariff revenue that he's bringing into this country. Trillions of dollars are expected to continue to pour in, and it's part of the reason that the Supreme Court case is so vital for our country's future, to restore our manufacturing industry in this country, to protect our national security, to continue to allow the president to use tariffs as leverage to negotiate economic deals that, again, are good for our national security. And that revenue can then be used for various reasons, to pay down our debt and also perhaps to give these rebate checks back to Americans, which, again, the White House is exploring the legal options of how we can get that done. Catherine, go ahead.
Caroline, Viktor Orban said this week that President Trump has promised Hungary some kind of financial shield. Do you have any details on how that will be structured or what that would look like?
I don't, but I'm happy to check with the National Security Council and get back to you.
One more. You recently said you'd check with President Trump about why he needs to get an MRI on his recent trip to Walter Reed. Do you have any more detail on that?
I do, and I'm glad you asked. As stated in the memo provided on October 10th, President Trump received advanced imaging at Walter Reed Medical Center as part of his routine physical examination. The full results were reviewed by attending radiologists and consultants, and all agreed that President Trump remains in exceptional physical health, which I know all of you will see with your own eyes later this evening when he opens up his dinner to the press, and perhaps you will see him when he signs the bill to reopen the federal government. So stay tuned on plans for that. Thank you, everyone.
So let's all just join together and insist on that. And Donald Trump should be asked why it is that he is opposed to the release after saying initially that he was in favor of it.
And just finally, 30 seconds, just give us a sense of what this is like for the victims to go through these, weekly, monthly battles for this.
It's excruciating to my clients to have this drip, drip, drip. They're trying to get back to living their lives. They're trying to move on. And then you wake up and there's more documents in the news connecting Jeffrey Epstein to Donald Trump. And they have to relive it. They have to try to deal with it. They have to put it aside. They have to go back to therapy. I mean, this is excruciating for them. In the name of the victims, release all the files and let's have transparency.
Lisa Bloom, thank you for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
OK, well, we've just been hearing from the White House and Caroline Leavitt saying that the emails prove absolutely nothing other than Trump did nothing wrong. But the questions, of course, will go on. And there's 23,000 other files that have just been released as well. Right, finally, let's have a look at the weather. Southern part.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's a high honor and a distinct privilege to be joined today by Whip Catherine Clark, Caucus Chair Pete Aguilar, members of House Democratic leadership, and the House Democratic Caucus. House Democrats are here on the Capitol steps to reiterate our strong opposition to this spending bill because it fails to address the Republican health care crisis and it fails to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. House Democrats will continue to support our men and women in uniform. We will continue to support hardworking federal employees. We will continue to support our law enforcement personnel. House Democrats will continue to support our air traffic controllers. We will continue to support our TSA agents. We will continue to support our civil servants who have been under attack since day one of the Trump administration. But we cannot support the Republican effort to gut the health care of the American people. Today, House Democrats will introduce legislation to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for 3 years to make sure that tens of millions of Americans don't experience dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles. We believe that working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans deserve the same level of certainty that Republicans always provide to the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. The same level of certainty. And so we're calling upon our Republican colleagues to join us and extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And we will be working hard today, tomorrow, and throughout the balance of this year to make sure that those Affordable Care Act tax credits are extended. Now, Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They own the mess that has been created in the United States of America. They own it. In a few hours, we will convene on the House floor. And our message to the American people is no matter what happens on the floor later on today, our promise to you remains the same. House Democrats will continue to fight to make your life more affordable. House Democrats will continue the fight to address the Republican health care crisis, and House Democrats will fight to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. This fight is not over. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. Now, among the many outrageous things that has been said during the Trump Republican shutdown or done during the Trump Republican shutdown, the longest shutdown in American history, is that Donald Trump made the stunning claim that in his mind, he holds two titles, that he has two positions. Donald Trump says that he's both the president and the Speaker of the House. That's what Donald Trump said in the midst of him shutting down the government. And what we've seen from compliant, sycophantic Republicans, corrupt House Republicans, is they continue to go along to get along. They don't function like a separate and co-equal branch of government. From the very beginning of this presidency and all the way through this Trump shutdown, Republicans in the House have continued to act like a wholly owned subsidiary of the corrupt Trump cartel. That may be the House Republican position. For damn sure, it ain't the House Democratic position. Because we know, and what we say to the American people is that we don't work for Donald Trump. We don't work for J.D. Vance. We don't work for your billionaire donors. We work for the American people. And that's what this fight by House Democrats, joined by our colleagues on the other side of the Capitol, has been all about. We work for the American people. As we stand on the Capitol steps, ready to continue this battle on the House floor, a battle that we waged week after week after week, and that will continue regardless of the outcome. We say to the American people that we know you deserve better. You deserve much better than the chaos, the cruelty, and the corruption that you've seen. And so as House Democrats, we're going to continue this fight to lower the high cost of living in a country where America is far too expensive, far too many people struggling paycheck to paycheck, can't thrive, and can barely survive. That should not be the case in the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And so as Democrats, we're committed to addressing this affordability crisis. That's what this fight has been all about. And we'll continue to work hard to lower the high cost of living. We'll continue the fight to fix our broken healthcare system. And we'll continue to fight to stand up for Medicaid. We'll continue to fight to stand up for Medicare. We'll continue the fight to stand up for the Affordable Care Act and an extension of the tax credits. We'll continue to fight for your hospitals. We'll continue to fight for your nursing homes. We'll continue to fight for your community-based health clinics. And we'll continue to fight for the principle that in this great country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, healthcare can't simply be a privilege available only to the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. Healthcare must be a right available to every single American. And that's the fight that House Democrats will continue to wage for the American people. It's now my great honor to yield to a freshman leadership representative, someone who's gotten off to a great start, helping to lead the freshman class, the first term members during this turbulent and tumultuous period here in the United States Congress and for the country. From the great state of California, the Honorable Luz Rivas.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries, Whip Clark, and Chair Aguilar for your leadership. House Democrats are back in Washington, D.C., ready to vote once again to protect health care for working families across the country. Recently, I spoke with Speaker Johnson directly in the Capitol and hand-delivered stories from my and my fellow freshman colleagues' constituents who have been impacted by the Republican shutdown. This includes the story of Stephen Heller, a constituent from Van Nuys, which is in my district. Stephen and his wife are independent contractors who have to pay for their own health insurance. Because Republicans let the ACA tax credits expire, Stephen and his wife are facing a monthly health care premium increase of $1,000 per month in 2026. This will bring their monthly total to nearly $2,100 per month and nearly $25,000 for the year, just in health insurance. That is, in Stephen's own words, a terrible financial blow and an enormous financial burden. Constituents across the country like Stephen and his wife cannot afford Republicans' deal. I will vote no and continue to fight with House Democrats to protect the ACA subsidies that Stephen and millions of Americans rely on. House Democrats will continue our fight to protect health care, lower the cost of living, and keep the American dream attainable for all. Thank you. And next, I'd like to introduce my amazing colleague from Michigan, Congresswoman McDonald-Rivet.
Thank you very much. I come from mid-Michigan, the part of the country where workers actually invented the American dream, to work hard enough to pay your bills, put a little bit away, and take your kids on vacation every once in a while. But the dream is further and further out of reach. In my district, 70% of our jobs pay less than $60,000 a year. So this healthcare crisis that Republicans have created, $1 trillion in Medicaid cuts and gutting the ACA in order to pay for the tax break for the ultra wealthy, is making things so much harder. So let me give you an example. A couple in my district, they actually go to my church. called and told me they're in their 60s and they rely on the ACA tax credits to pay their insurance premiums. But now, because the Republicans have failed to extend these credits, their insurance premiums are going to jump by $11,000 next year. An impossible sum for people on the edge of retirement. Health insurance already consumes 72% of their retirement income. Let me say that again. 72% of their retirement income, and is about to go up another $11,000. That means they're facing devastating choices between doctor's visits and paying the mortgage, between cancer screenings and putting food on the table, between prescription drugs and heating their home, or even, frankly, to get insurance at all. They told me, and this is a direct quote, they are strongly considering going without coverage and taking their chances rather than continuing to pay the premium. Because here's the reality. They actually can't pay that premium. I came to Congress, we all came to Congress to help people like them. Lower cost, better care, more jobs. One easy critical step is simply passing to extend the ACA credits. Yes. It is time we pass it before they pay the cost. Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce my colleague from California, Representative Tran. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I am Congressman Derek Tran, and I proudly represent Orange and LA counties in California's 45th district. Today, I want to share the story of Peter and Esther. Peter and Esther are retired and living in Orange County, California. They're on a limited income, and their health insurance costs are overwhelming. They pay over $18,000 every year just in health care premiums. And next year, their costs are going up to over $21,000. When you're retired and living on a fixed income, that kind of cost increase can be devastating. Peter has been trying to get his wife Esther on Medicaid so she can get the care she deserves without going bankrupt. But he keeps hitting roadblocks. The red tape, long lines, and staffing shortages preventing Esther from even being considered for Medicaid coverage is harmful to our country. And instead of joining us to fix this crisis, the Republican majority has demanded more cuts, causing more pain and suffering for the American people. I am here today for people like Peter and Esther. They deserve better than this. Every American deserves better than this. While we're fighting for health care, Republicans are fighting for tax cuts for the billionaires. I'll keep fighting to make sure people like Peter and Esther can afford the care that they deserve. And I hope our colleagues on the other side of the aisle will join us. Thank you so much. It is with great privilege that I introduce and yield time to Congresswoman Sarah McBride from the great state of Delaware.
Thank you so much, Representative. Thank you so much, Leader Jeffries, Whip Clark, and Chair Aguilar for bringing us together today. We stand here today, 42 days into a government shutdown and 54 days since the House last met, because Republicans have presented the American people with a false choice between reopening government and addressing this healthcare crisis. There is simply no reason why we can't do both. The only thing that has been standing in our way is Republican cruelty. Republicans have played a game of chicken with food assistance, travel safety, and federal paychecks, all because they will stop at nothing to cut your health care. The only thing that congressional Republicans are more loyal to than Donald Trump is to cutting the health care of the American people. Let's be clear. This healthcare crisis is a choice by congressional Republicans and Donald Trump, who have inserted a $1 trillion bomb into the American healthcare system. And it is starting to go off. Millions right now are facing skyrocketing premiums. The largest cut to Medicaid in American history is on the horizon. Rural hospitals will close. Doctors' offices will shutter. Donald Trump loves to own things and slap his name on them. Well, he now owns the American healthcare system. It is Trump care. Millions losing coverage, that's Trump care. Americans paying more for insurance, that's Trump care. Everyone having to drive longer and take more time off work, that is Trump care. Donald Trump and congressional Republicans have raided your health care and used that money as a piggy bank to reward their donors with massive tax breaks. Cruelty is the currency of his corruption, because Donald Trump only cares about himself, his ballroom, and his billionaire buddies, and he certainly doesn't care about you. House Democrats are here for everyone, whether they voted for us in the last election or not. I'm here on behalf of all of my constituents, including a family of 4 in Middletown who will see their premiums skyrocket by $10,000 next year. That's why we are all voting against this budget, and it's why we will not stop until every single American can get the health care that they need to live and thrive in America. Thank you all very much. And it is now my pleasure to introduce my friend from the great state of Alabama, Representative Shamari Figures.
Thank you. House Democrats just spent the better part of the last 40-plus days fighting to keep health care affordable for millions of Americans, while our House Republican colleagues were on a taxpayer-funded vacation. During this shutdown, the realities hit home for a lot of people. Mothers had to worry about how they would take care of their children, their babies, without WIC. Families stood in pantry lines. Families are still standing in food pantry lines. In the month of November, the month of Thanksgiving, because SNAP benefits were expired, and this administration chose to use them as pawns in this game. Capitol Police officers, members of the military, my staff, all of our staff, and millions of other federal workers had to deal with the uncertainty and the stresses of missing paychecks. And for what in the end? What were Republicans willing to give in the end? Nothing more than a handshake deal to take a future vote on extending the health care subsidies, when we all know that that future vote is the equivalent of asking 2 wolves and a chicken to vote on what's for dinner. It is dead on arrival. It is dead on arrival. Now, I can speak to you as someone from a different perspective. A lot of us represent districts where we can talk about what could happen or what may happen. Let me tell you about what my district looks like in the state of Alabama. And it doesn't look too dissimilar from my fellow colleague from Alabama, Congresswoman Terry Sewell's district. I got about 50,000 people in my district who are slated to see their health care premiums on average nearly double. And this is in a district where the individual median income is just north of $32,000. I have 13 counties in my district. 10 of them either do not have a hospital because it has recently closed, or their hospital is on literal life support and they have to go to a county commission or a city council every single month to make payroll. And the largest hospital in Montgomery, Alabama, the state's capital, is in the midst of a bankruptcy and also facing risk of closure. And this all in a state that has the 3rd lowest life expectancy in the United States of America. So healthcare for us is not a talking point. Healthcare for us is, protecting healthcare for us is a requisite. It's a requirement. It's something we have to do. And if you ask us if the shutdown was worth it, I say, hell yes, it was worth it. Because fighting to maintain health care for American people, there's nothing more pure than that. There's no more important role that we have here as members of Congress than to ensure the health care of the American people. Okay. And so while the failure of Republicans to do anything to protect health care is truly disappointing, I want the world to know that my Democratic colleagues here in the House, they can ride with me in any battle I face in my life. They stood with us under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries to make sure that we kept this front and center. And I look forward to remaining committed to this fight for all of Alabama and for all of America. And with that, turn it back over to our leader, future Speaker Jeffries.
I want to thank all of our distinguished colleagues who spoke so powerfully and eloquently about the nature of this fight that we continue to wage on behalf of the American people. And these are first-term members of Congress. But they recognize that as Democrats, we stand on the shoulders of many who, decade after decade, century into century, have always fought to make life better for everyday Americans and to protect the health care and enhance the health care of the American people. That's the continuing and enduring legacy of the Democratic Party. FDR fought for it. Truman fought for it. JFK fought for it. LBJ fought for it. Carter fought for it. Clinton fought for it. Barack Obama fought for it. Biden fought for it. And no one fought harder in the House of Representatives than our Speaker Emerita, Nancy Pelosi. That's in the DNA of the Democratic Party. From FDR to Nancy Pelosi to these first-term members. And so our promise to the American people is that we are in this fight until we win this fight for all of you. Cancel the cuts, lower the costs, save health care. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
major breaking news story this afternoon, and that, of course, is from the United States. Questions about Donald Trump's relationship with the paedophile financier Jeffrey Epstein has again been called into question after newly released emails showed that Epstein saying that Trump, and this is a quote, knew about the girls. The emails made public by Democrats on the House's Oversight Committee in the US Congress also include one written by Epstein in 2011, where he says that Trump had spent hours at his house with a victim of sex trafficking. The White House has reacted tonight by accusing the Democrats of selectively leaking those emails to create a fake narrative to smear the US president.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And what President Trump has always said is that he was from Palm Beach, and so was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a member at Mar-a-Lago until President Trump kicked him out because Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep. And this email you refer to with the name of a victim that was unredacted now and has since been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. And it was CBS's own reporting, Ouija, that recently wrote that Miss Giuffre maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should all go ask them after this briefing, of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made statements about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and is unfortunately no longer with us.
Well, let's bring in our US correspondent, David Blevins, who's in Washington for us tonight. David, what's the sense of significance, if you like, in DC this evening?
Well, you've heard there from the White House. They are doubling down on their view that this is a distraction tactic, that the Democrats are creating a fake narrative to smear the president. And Caroline Levitt, the press secretary, insisting that really the only thing the emails prove is that the president did nothing wrong. There's a lot of information we're trying to wade our way through. More than 20,000 pages of documents released by the Oversight Committee. Let's just have a look at some of those emails. There is a 2011 exchange between Epstein and his then girlfriend and co-accused Ghislaine Maxwell, in which he writes, "I want you to realise that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there." And as you've just heard, the White House is claiming that that victim was the late Virginia Giuffre, who never accused the president of any wrongdoing. There's a 2019 exchange from Epstein to the author Michael Wolff, in which he writes, "Trump said he asked me to resign. Never a member ever." Of course, he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop. Now, presumably he's talking about resigning from Trump's club, because Trump claims he threw Epstein out for being what he describes as a creep. But we don't know the context of these words. Important to remember that Trump also accused Epstein of stealing staff from his Mar-a-Lago residence. And then there is one in 2015 from the author Michael Wolff to Epstein, in which he writes, "If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you. Or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him, generating a debt." Now, there's a lot, as I say, to wade my way through, but the president in the last few minutes has also responded, posting on Truth Social that he believes the Democrats are trying to bring up what he calls the Jeffrey Epstein hoax, because they'll do anything to deflect from how badly they've done on the government shutdown. The Republicans, of course, believe this is all a distraction from the fact that there's going to be a critical vote on the Hill tonight, which could bring to an end that record 43-day government shutdown. But of course, if the government does resume, there is a potential pothole ahead for the administration, because a Democrat who's been unable to take up her office since she was elected 8 weeks ago will finally be sworn in, and her vote just might tip the balance on a discharge petition, which could lead to a vote on the Hill on the release of the Epstein files at last.
OK, David, live for us there in Washington. As always, thank you very much indeed, David Blevins. Well, let's bring in Mitchell Epstein now. He's a former federal prosecutor who spent time prosecuting sex offenders. Mitchell, a very good evening to you. You have gone through some of these emails. What stood out to you this evening?
So the biggest thing that came out in these emails is that the proffer session that Ghislaine Maxwell did with Mr. Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, to great fanfare, and they released 2 days of transcripts, makes it pretty clear that Ghislaine Maxwell either lied or didn't remember the truth when she denied that she had discussions or conversations or communications with Epstein about Trump and his connection to all of this. That 2011 email about the dog that has not barked is pretty damning. And in my training and experience, a potential cooperating co-defendant like Ghislaine Maxwell would be treated and should be treated like toxic waste, cabined, tightly contained, because they could destroy everything that surrounds them. It appears to me that thus far, the Trump DOJ, unlike every predecessor of both parties, is acting to protect Donald Trump and his agenda, as opposed to following the training and experience that has guided the United States Department of Justice for about 250 years.
Mitchell, we'll get to the point, of course, where essentially, as you have, our previous correspondent pointed out, that there may well be a vote on all of this. But what do you make of the White House's argument that, and David was making this point, context matters here, and these are quite selective emails that may read bad in one way, but that's why you need to see the full cachet?
So context is always important, but this strikes me as a person who's been accused of murdering somebody at a sporting event saying, well, I didn't kill any of the 20,000 other people who were spectators.
What do you mean by that, sorry?
What I mean is, if you have one thing that falsifies Trump's contention that he was not involved at all, the fact that the other 19,000 emails don't say anything on that topic really does not matter. And the White House spokesperson is grabbing at straws to find something to say to deal with this really horrible news for the White House.
I mean, the allegation of the email seems to be that it references Virginia Giuffre, so the Republicans, or the White House alleges, and she has been on the record previously, saying that she didn't have anything inappropriate in regards to President Trump.
All due respect, you're missing the point, and let me try to make it clear. The point is that up until now, Trump's line has been that Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein never had any discussion about Trump's connection to any of this. That's not true. We know that's not true now. These emails show it's not true. The fact that the person who demonstrates that's not true said that Trump didn't do anything inappropriate with her really is irrelevant to the fundamental lie that's in play here.
Okay, just very finally on this, Mitchell, where do you think this goes next? How does this play out, if you like, in terms of the legal case potentially against President Trump, or indeed about whether we get to see all of these emails actually in full?
So there is no legal case against Donald Trump. He is guaranteed that his Department of Justice will not present a case against him. The United States Supreme Court has ruled that the DOJ essentially can't go after a sitting president. So that is not a real issue. The issue is, how does this play out in the court of public opinion? And I'm not an expert on that. I will say that this has been extraordinarily corrosive to Donald Trump's standing with his core advocates in the MAGA world, and in particular, the people who have made such a big deal out of the idea of Pizzagate and that there was some vast conspiracy amongst the government to protect pedophiles. It appears that the one pedophile cover-up that is going on relates to Donald Trump.
Well, Mitchell, obviously, of course, the US president has denied any wrongdoing. And we will see how this plays out in the coming days. Certainly going to dominate the news agenda in the United States. Mitchell Lepner, thank you very much indeed for joining us from New York for your insight into that. Thank you. OK, you're watching the Politics Hub here on Sky News with my superstar panel tonight. And up next, we're going to be looking at some of the superstars who may well challenge.
Ouija that recently wrote that Miss Guthrie maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should all go ask them after this briefing, of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made statements about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and is unfortunately no longer with us.
Well, for more, let's bring in our correspondent David Blevins, who is in Washington for us tonight. And David, 20,000 documents, that's a huge amount of information to go through. But so far, what do we know about what's in them?
Yes, we are still working our way through those documents. They were released by the Epstein estate to the Oversight Committee. That is the congressional committee that has been investigating the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. But there are some highlights, I think it would be fair to say, among the emails. There is a 2011 exchange, for example, from Jeffrey Epstein to his then girlfriend and co-accused Ghislaine Maxwell, in which he writes, "I want you to realise that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there." As you've just heard, the White House is alleging that the unnamed victim in that email was the late Virginia Giuffre, who never accused President Trump of any wrongdoing. There's then a 2019 exchange from Epstein with the author Michael Wolff, in which he writes, "Trump said he asked me to resign, never a member ever. Of course, he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop." Now, presumably, he's talking about being asked to resign as a member of Trump's club, because the president claims he threw Epstein out for being what he describes as a creep. But there is no context to these words, and I think it's important to stress that Trump has also alleged that he fell out with Epstein for stealing members of his staff. And then in 2015, there is another exchange, this time from Michael Wolff to Epstein in relation to how Trump should handle an upcoming interview. And in it, he writes, "If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you. Or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him, generating a debt." So a reference to the potential leverage that Epstein would hold over Donald Trump if he won the election. Now, the White House, of course, is dismissing all of this just as a fake narrative.
Yeah, David, it's interesting, isn't it? Donald Trump has consistently and always denied doing anything wrong, distanced himself from Jeffrey Epstein. He's saying, and his press secretary is saying this raises glaring questions, calling it a hoax by the Democrats. How long can this hold? Because you could argue that there are glaring questions for Donald Trump to answer.
Well, it is the question, really, that we've been asking since Donald Trump returned to the White House, because this is the issue that really will not go away. And to some extent, it's because he fueled the conspiracy himself during the election campaign when he vowed that he would release the Epstein files. And then when he found himself back in the White House, his Attorney General said there was nothing to see in those files. The White House is doubling down on its suggestion that all of this is just a false narrative being generated by the Democrats to smear the president. Caroline Levitt says the only thing these emails show is that the president did nothing wrong. But the leading Democrat on the congressional committee looking into Jeffrey Epstein, Robert Garcia, says these emails raise huge questions for the White House about the nature of the relationship between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. The president himself has also posted online a short time ago that this is just the Democrats generating what he calls the Epstein hoax, because they want to distract from a critical vote taking place on Capitol Hill tonight, which could bring to an end the record 43-day government shutdown. I think it's worth stressing, though, that if it does end the government shutdown, there's another potential pothole for the Trump administration, because a Democratic representative who's not been able to be sworn in will finally be sworn in, and she could tip the balance in terms of a discharge petition, a vote on Capitol Hill, which could ultimately lead to another vote on the release of those Epstein files.
David, thank you. David Blevins with the latest for us from Washington tonight. Now, a damning report has found that an officer at a notorious detention centre for young offenders may have been the most prolific sex offender in British history. Neville Husband is thought to have groomed and attacked hundreds of trainees in the kitchens of Medomsley Detention Centre. It happened between 1961 and 1987. Young men physically and sexually abused by staff at that centre. With the Home Office, the police and prison managers all missing a string of opportunities to put a stop to it. Our Chief North of England correspondent Greg Milam has this next report.
For the entire 26 years of Medomsley Detention Centre's existence, young men suffered horrific violence at the hands of staff. Police investigations have already revealed the extent of that abuse. Some staff have already been jailed. But an inquiry by the Prisons and Probation Ombudsman has found that the prison service, the police and the Home Office knew about the abuse but ignored or dismissed it. No surprise to victims like Eric Sampson, because even the police who took him there as a 17-year-old seemed to know.
The two police officers who were taking us there were saying, "You're going to get the hell kicked out of your ear." The violence I had done to me was terrible. I was only small, see. I could have been killed in there. The amount of times I was knocked about, every day was hell on earth. Every day and night was hell on earth for the full 9.5 weeks. With all the abuse and obviously the sexual abuse I had done to us, it totally ruined my life. Totally ruined my life. I've never been married, I know, you know. But the thing is, what can you do, you know? It should never have happened in the first place. All that could have been stopped.
One member of staff, Neville Husband, the Ombudsman found was possibly the most prolific sex offender in British history. He is now dead. The victims failed by those in authority.
They regularly ask the question, had this been detected in 1961, then all of us would not have gone through this. And that's the question that haunts many of them throughout the night, that this could have been avoided if some people had discharged the duties that they were assigned properly.
But those representing victims at Medomsley say it wasn't alone.
I've spoken to men from 20 different detention centres and they complain about the same treatment. I think it was a systematic thing that these prison officers were cogs in a big machine which was designed culturally or by training to treat boys really badly.
The government today apologised to the victims at Medomsley. The Minister for Youth Justice wrote that the failings set out in the report are truly harrowing and we must ensure nothing like this ever happens again. Durham Constabulary has also apologised for what it called its historic failure.
I fully appreciate that the level of abuse and the consistency and time frame of abuse that we are dealing with will have affected their lives forever in a way that they have had to deal with this through an emotional, psychological and also a physical manner. And for that, again, I absolutely, wholeheartedly offer my apologies and just to say I am so sorry that we let you down.
Medomsley is now long gone. The Ombudsman said further prosecutions are unlikely. For many victims, even this report is far too little and far too late. Greg Milam, Sky News.
Well, earlier today, I spoke to former inmate at Medomsley Detention Centre, Peter Toole. I started by asking him to describe his time there.
Hell. Basically hell. Mental torture, physical abuse, and your liberty taken away from you.
You spent your 21st birthday
I
in
did,
the
yes.
centre. Can you tell me what that was like?
Apart from getting my head split open,
Yeah, I know. That's exactly what you did.
Implicated in the largest sex trafficking scandal in the history, not only of the United States, but potentially in the planet. And so this email, especially the 2011 email from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell, directly references Trump. It directly talks about how he spent time with one of the victims of his sex trafficking crimes at Jeffrey Epstein's house.
Donald Trump was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein before they fell out. The name redacted from the new emails was unredacted by the Trump administration. They named her as the late Virginia Giuffre, Andrew's accuser. This was a White House standing by their man.
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And this email you refer to with the name of a victim that was unredacted now and has since been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. She maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her.
Survivors of Jeffrey Epstein have long demanded a full release of relevant files for full public scrutiny. A lawyer fighting their case gave her latest views on the latest developments.
The emails are from Jeffrey Epstein himself, pointing a finger of accusation at Donald Trump, really from the grave.
Among 20,000 documents newly released, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor appears to get a mention. In response to a newspaper planning to run a story on Epstein, his actions and associates, someone called The Duke emailed Ghislaine Maxwell and wrote, "Hey there, what's all this? I don't know anything about this. You must say so, please. This has nothing to do with me. I can't take any more of this."
I wish I'd never met him in the first place.
The documents appear to show Lord Mandelson, former US ambassador, was in touch with Epstein in 2016. In November that year, Epstein emailed him, writing, 63 years old, you made it. Mandelson replied, just, I have decided to extend my life by spending more of it in the US. Epstein wrote back, in the Donald White House. It is the story that stalks Donald Trump. These Capitol corridors echo to a near constant cycle of Epstein revelations, and yet they are matched by White House denials that, for now at least, keep a distance between scandal and a sitting president. But in this scandal, there is a distance to run. James Matthews, Sky News, in Washington.
Well, we'll get more from James in a moment. First, though, let's head to Mark Stone, who's been taking a closer look at the documents released today. Mark, thousands of documents. I know you and your team have been going through them. What else have you found?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there are so many documents. It's been kind of overwhelming, I think, in newsrooms around the world, and I imagine in the White House as well. They have been looking through them as much as they can, perhaps in Buckingham Palace as well. Peter Mandelson's home, I imagine he's been trying to access them as well, just to see what is in these documents. Look, I mean, we've got one file here, which is within a file, within a file, within a file, which gives you a sense of how many there are. This is one of the files here. There are emails, I mean, some of it is less relevant than other parts. Parts of these documents are actually just scans of newspaper articles, scans of books that were written about the issue. But within them, and it's kind of hard to find them, you can see here lots of different files. I open another file and you can see within them, if the computer will work, there are. So this is a book that was written, Filthy Rich, about Jeffrey Epstein. So some of it is more relevant than other bits, and the interesting bits take a little while to find. And look, beyond what James outlined in his report there is really very, very interesting stuff related, first of all, to Peter Mandelson, clearly a UK interest there. This email between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein, an email exchange, November 2016. Now, that's important because it is much later than we previously knew Mandelson and Epstein had been in touch. It was publicly known that they'd been in touch in 2010, but not as recently as 2016. And as James said, they discussed the prospect of Donald in the White House. Peter Mandelson writes to Epstein, Donald in the White House, will he get there? This was 2 days before the 2016 election, which we know that Trump won. And then they talk about somebody named only as Andrew. And Mandelson intriguingly writes, yes, without Andrew, it would not have gone nuclear. Without Andrew, it would not have gone nuclear. Now, we don't know precisely what that refers to. I've been in touch with Lord Mandelson today. I've messaged him. I've asked him if he's got any statement. He's seen the message, but he has not yet replied. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, formerly known as Prince Andrew, and Ghislaine Maxwell, they are all mentioned in these emails. Fascinating insight, too, between Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, they were together. They were a pair. And what we get a sense of is the sort of, they kind of scrabbling with how to deal with both the legal storm that it was unfolding and the media storm that was unfolding around them. There's an email from January 2015 where Epstein writes to Ghislaine Maxwell, they need me to say that I was not aware of massage with Andrew in my house. These things have to stay, along with meeting and rebutting those allegations. I need it ASAP. So a glimpse there into the private emails between Ghislaine Maxwell, now, of course, in an American prison for her part in all of this, and Jeffrey Epstein, who died in prison back in 2019.
Lots of work underway, quite clearly, Mark. Thank you. Well, let's bring in James now. And quite clear what we saw today, James, is a political battle ongoing, which has led to the publication of these documents.
Hi, Anna. Yeah, this, make no mistake, is a difficult episode for Donald Trump. Increasingly difficult, no doubt. The story, it drips new detail on a rolling basis. It has done for months. Incrementally, it gets closer to the president. His opponents already see guilt by association, and they are convinced by that. There are many in Republican ranks who too have serious suspicions. Trump's defense thus far, as you said, has been, look, this is all a Democrat hoax, and he's dismissed this contact with Epstein as a long-ago friendship with a man he now labels a creep and a paedophile. His defense doesn't necessarily get any easier with these emails, these fresh documents. Interestingly, there's no denial from the White House of the email that says Trump was in Epstein's house with an Epstein victim. Their response was to name that victim, Virginia Giuffre. Her name was mispronounced at the White House. They make the point that she didn't have a problem with Trump. He was professional and friendly to her. But, you know, if we're now saying and agreeing that Trump is placed in Epstein's house with a victim for hours, then, if nothing else, that raises questions of its own beyond him being well behaved. She was a victim of sex trafficking. Did he know that? Why didn't he know that? How could he not have known that? What did they discuss? What did he think a young girl was doing in that set of circumstances, in that situation? It's interesting the White House chose to name her, Virginia Giuffre. Her family have been very vocal about Donald Trump themselves. They've had a lot to say about the Trump administration, and what they have said is release all the Epstein files. So new fresh problems for Donald Trump, no doubt. Politically, it is a story that continues to move. A new Democrat, Anna, is due to be sworn into the House of Representatives. That will give them the numbers to get this petition over the line, a petition calling for the release of the full Epstein file. So that will be another political difficulty for Donald Trump. And generally in this story, the more we learn, the closer it all does get to the president.
Yes, a much delayed swearing in, of course. James, thank you very much indeed. Well, a little earlier, I spoke to Lisa Phillips, who survived grooming and abuse by Jeffrey Epstein. She told me that she and others like her want full justice and for all the documents to be released. How difficult is it for you every time this come up that you have to reconfront what you went through?
For the survivors, it's very traumatizing to hear any new information. A lot of things are very triggering.
And what do you make of what you've heard today?
I'm deeply upset. It wasn't what I was expecting. I'm saddened. I don't really know how to comment on it, except for it's upsetting and very confusing.
Well, clearly the White House has said that the first emails released by the Democrats were deliberately selective and chosen to smear the president. Then we have thousands more released by the Republicans. But as far as you're concerned, is any release of information, progress in what you ultimately want, which is transparency for victims?
Well, of course, every information that's released gets closer to finding out a little bit more of the truth. So we have to go through all of this to figure out what's really going on. So I absolutely believe, it's not easy to hear and it's not easy to connect the dots, but I think it's very important that, they're being released.
How far from the truth are we?
Very far. I think we're very far from the truth, but we're getting closer. I just think there's a lot that's going to be coming out over the next few months.
So what ultimately do you want to see?
Well, we want to see justice. We're not quite sure what that looks like, and maybe just understanding what's really going on. And what's most important is also just protecting the survivors that names are being released with the information. I think that's the hardest part, is the survivors really understanding the impact that has on them, re-traumatizing them, and making sure the information is correct as well.
I know you spoke out after Virginia Giuffre did. Why did you decide to speak out?
The only reason why I chose to speak out was because of Virginia's story. And I felt like it was important to stand up for her and believe her, because so many people don't believe survivors. That's the number one thing that survivors go through, is that people don't believe them. And I'm here to change that narrative. I'm here to say, no matter how hard it is and how much I have to tell my own story, stories like Virginia's are very, very important. And she was trafficked to many powerful people. That's not okay.
And in terms of your own story, as re-traumatizing as it is, would you mind me asking where you were when you first met Jeffrey Epstein?
I happened to meet Jeffrey on his island. I wasn't supposed to be there. I wasn't brought on the plane. I was brought by boat from another close island close by. And another young girl brought me, thinking, oh, this is a great guy. He's a mentor. He's done so much for me. He got my visa to work in the United States. She was Eastern European, like so many victims were. And just happened to go with her. I don't believe she was expecting Jeffrey to abuse me that evening. But for some reason, he took a liking to me. During dinner, he got to know me and asked me a lot of questions about my family. And I had actually grown up in England for the first few years of my life. So, he found it interesting. And the conversation went from there to, your ambitions and aspirations and your goals, which made me feel kind of like, special. And I felt safe in his presence.
So are you saying you were abused the first night you met him?
Well, I was there for the entire day on that island. And then after dinner later on that evening is when one of the other young girls knocked on the door and said that Jeffrey was ready for his massage. And as you know, this is Jeffrey's MO. He had massages with the young girls. and the massages turned into assault.
And how did you feel after it?
Well, horrible. I think for months after I blamed myself, wondering like what did I do wrong, or why did he do that to me? I thought I was the only one. I didn't know at the time the other girls on the island were also victims of the same type of abuse.
I know you have a podcast now speaking to survivors, often about the complexity of abuse, because you did keep in contact with Jeffrey Epstein over subsequent years.
Yes, and I wanted to explain why. A lot of people don't understand why would you go back, but a lot of times it's a grooming process where they reel you in. Like, I remember what you said on the island. I can help you out now. These things that when you're a young girl and you're entering the world and building your career, a lot of times people help you and good people help you, and you don't really know the difference between a good person helping you and a bad person that has, evil intentions, so to speak.
And did you ever see Donald Trump in any of those interactions with Jeffrey Epstein?
I've never seen him, no.
There was talk of survivors producing their own list of perpetrators. Is that still possible? And will more people be brought down by this, in your view?
Well, this list that I spoke about on Capitol Hill was a list that myself, a few of the survivors, not all of them, and the attorneys have been compiling over the last few years. So there's a very long list of names that were seen or some of these victims had experiences with. So there's always been a list. I was just trying to put some pressure on the DOJ to say, okay, you're keeping this list hidden and you're not revealing anything to the public, but also remember that we know who's on the list as well. So I think that was a little push to them that I think has been working.
Is the Donald Trump question holding up the release of more information that you and others so desperately want to see?
We desperately want to see more. We desperately want to see the files and the information that's out there. Yes, of course.
Full disclosure?
Full disclosure. We need full transparency of what's going on. Everybody wants that. I do believe the focus is so set on Trump that we're not really getting to the other issues and the other problems, the other perpetrators, the other enablers, because the focus is so on him. So this is what I've been speaking out about for months now, is that we need to know more information about others. But things have come to light now that now I'm just a little confused on, what's really going on.
And are you hopeful that you will get that full transparency? And if so, would that help for you, for closure, for what you went through?
Well, I'm always hopeful. That's what we want. That's what we're working on. And us survivors are working on quite a few things in the background. And I believe that we will start getting more answers. Just a lot of times when things are revealed like this, it kind of throws a monkey wrench in things, right? Because some things are like shocking and we didn't expect what was revealed today to be revealed.
Lisa Phillips talking to me a short time ago. Well, let's bring in Gloria Allred, who is a lawyer representing Epstein victims. She joins me now from New York. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. 27 victims, I think you were representing. No doubt you heard what Lisa Phillips was saying there about this re-traumatizing process as you seek transparency and, as she put it, full justice.
That's correct. And, she's very brave to speak out, and not all of the victims are willing to speak out, all the survivors, because many of them have gone from victims to survivors, and some to the highest level, which is fighters for change. But right now, I agree with her that survivors are seeking transparency, the whole truth, and a measure of justice. And there is apparently a political battle going on in which there has to be a battle in order to obtain the release of all of the files of the Department of Justice. By the way, there shouldn't have to be a vote in Congress. There doesn't have to be a vote in Congress. The United States Department of Justice could just release all of the files, but apparently we're just going to have to fight in order to obtain them. Today, there were some new emails that were released in the thousands of pages that have been dribbling in. And it's interesting because we see an email from Jeffrey Epstein that indicates that Mr. Trump was in the house, allegedly with Virginia Giuffre, meaning in Jeffrey Epstein's home. If we look back at what Ms. Maxwell told the Deputy Attorney General when she was interviewed by him, Todd Blanche, who formerly represented Mr. Trump when he was Mr. Trump and the subject of a criminal trial, in which he ultimately was convicted. But Todd Blanche, now the Deputy Attorney General, interviewed Ms. Maxwell, and she indicated that Mr. Trump had never done anything inappropriate, and she did not recall, putting that in quotes because recall is what she said, Mr. Trump ever being in Jeffrey Epstein's house. So that doesn't mean he was never there. It doesn't mean he was there. It doesn't mean that if he was there, that he did anything that was wrong or inappropriate or criminal. But having said that, it's interesting that Jeffrey Epstein says that he was in his house and that for several hours. And it turns out that the victim, whose name was redacted, the White House said it was with Virginia Giuffre, who then, of course, in her book said he didn't do anything inappropriate. Trump didn't. But we don't know why she said that. Maybe that was the truth. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe she was in fear. We don't know. And we'll never know because she's deceased.
Well, certainly Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, picked up on that point. The Virginia Giuffre had said he had done nothing wrong, couldn't have been nicer, in fact, in any interactions she'd had with him. But that speaks, does it not, to the complaint of the White House about the selective choosing by Democrats of the initial emails they released, that Donald Trump had spent several hours in Epstein's house with a victim, redacted. The redacted person was, as you pointed out, Virginia Giuffre, who said Donald Trump had done nothing wrong. So, why did they specifically pick bits and not do the rest of it? So was it right for the rest of the thousands of documents to be released, in your view, for that all-important context, especially when it pertains to the US president?
Well, of course, I can't speak for members of Congress and why they decided to release what they released. Having said that, of course, if they had all of the Epstein files that the House Oversight Committee is seeking, which they don't have at this point, then that could all be released and then everyone could figure out the context, if it's possible to do so, by what's in the investigative files. But because they don't have all the files, I mean, whose fault is that? That's the Department of Justice, because they could release them. At some point, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, said she would release them, but then there's been a change. They're not releasing them. Now one member of Congress was asked to appear in the White House Situation Room with high-level appointees of President Trump this afternoon. Her vote as a Republican, it appears they were trying to influence. But reportedly they weren't successful. And this Republican member that was called into the Situation Room, very unusual, by the way, for her to have been called there, is going to stick to her vote, which is to have all of the files released. And that's consistent with the polls in the United States, where Republicans and Democrats agree that there must be transparency in the release of the files and that all of the Epstein files should be released. So words like smear and Democrats trying to single out, I mean, really, it's a deflection. Why not just release all of the files?
Apologies, we're running out of time. You're right, it's a political battle, it's a fight for justice. Yes. There is more information to come out. We really, really appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, this is The World. Next up, Alex Crawford's special report from Europe's people smuggling frontline, East Libya. Back with that.
I like this.
Okay, there you go.
Perfect. Yeah, okay, sir.
Okay, so we'll do this and we're going to raise your right
Oh,
hand.
over just
There
a
you
little
go.
bit. Thank you.
Okay, so we pose.
Proposing.
Okay.
Handshake.
Handshake.
Thank you.
We'll leave the camera to it.
Wow, that's a big room.
Why did it take so long to get sworn?
Thank you guys. That would be another, that would not be my question.
This is the, look, I really like this lady. She's going to be an excellent member of Congress. She's a great person. I just told her on the way in that she fills her father's shoes, or she's going to try. No one can.
No one can.
He was a giant around here, served a long time, served his state very well. I served under him in the Natural Resources Committee for a while and admired the way he did the work. He was tenacious. So she has a proud family legacy, and we're delighted to have her here. She may not agree with me, but we follow the custom of the House on the timetable, and we've had a little, as we say in the Deep South, some intense fellowship about that.
Yes.
Okay, but she's here now, and I promised that we would have her the oath administered before we began legislative business, so she hasn't missed a vote, and we're delighted you're here. So anything I can do to help you, as I do all members, happy to get you acclimated and do everything. But you know more than most because your dad was here for a long time.
I visited.
Yes.
I never did this job, so this is brand spanking new. So
Right.
I will take the offer of help.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Message to the speaker.
I gave it during Thank you.
That was quick. Okay, that's never supposed to be. Say hi.
Hey, good to see you here.
Okay, I saw you from behind. I was like, is that? Yes.
That's me.
How you doing? Good job.
Okay, how are you?
Good. You're here through that, right?
Sorry?
You're here through that.
That was viral, you know. You don't want to mix it here. Yeah, here. Exactly. We'll just do so many. It's just something I got. There are. I just realized I was like, this was 8. I don't know. A lot of people like this. A lot of people like this. So I don't. Liberal. Right. But no, I like this for all 2 years, and I didn't end up needing it. So like, yeah, I would say that was the yeah. That's not happening. And it's when I start like tomorrow. I mean, I get the what is happening? Right? Something happening. I think something
Testing. Testing 1, 2.
Yeah, she's. I get not wanting to speak. I get it. She's like a back. Yeah, she's awesome. I was actually shocked she showed up at that second. Do Republicans speak to you? They do. Yeah. No, of course. Well, yeah, and then I have I got to ask her a question. Is that embody and legalization or is that language and embody? I asked her. Yeah. I said the House is finally back in session after 6 weeks. How are you feeling? I mean, to be honest, I was afraid, but I was like blacked out.
Oh, I totally
it was so insane.
I totally understand that. It's like in the heat of the moment, you can't even process.
No, it was exactly. It's been the same when I talk to every like the couple times.
But I mean, it's so 2 days. Yeah. How many times did that go?
Yeah.
Okay, but where was that? That was at 12?
It was at 12. It wasn't formally announced. You just have to like. That the House. It was in HBC. It's a Democratic yeah. Well, they usually they usually have them Tuesdays. They've been having them. Yeah, but I think almost not. It's like more like press don't go to the more you wait outside and it's like they're gaglets, but like it's not designated. But she stopped to talk for a while. She did stop to talk. Yeah. She was like the most I've been here for like
and get back to really doing the things for the American people, not using their suffering as leverage, like the Democrat Whip Clark is willing to do. Democrats have spent weeks performing political theater by refusing to open government and continue to perform that political theater. But we need to prioritize the reopening of the government and stop the suffering that the Democrats
want to use as leverage. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this rule and ending this shutdown chaos. For more than 40 days, the American people have endured a painful and entirely avoidable government shutdown. Not because of policy differences, but because Senate Democrats and Chuck Schumer chose politics over people. And while Washington stalled, hardworking Americans paid the price. Our air traffic controllers went without pay. A system stretched thinner by the day, putting new strain on that system that put millions of lives at risk. Americans depend on them to keep our skies safe. And families who rely on SNAP and WIC, parents just trying to feed their kids, were left wondering how they'd make it through another week. And at the same time, our border agents and our Coast Guard members, they continued to serve this country as their own families went without pay. And through it all, while everyday Americans carried the weight of the shutdown, Senate Democrats had chance after chance to end it. But instead, they chose to prolong the pain. That is not leadership, that's hypocrisy. It was never about budgets or priorities. It was about power. It's not about turning government on. For them, it's about turning government into performance, where the people paying the highest price are the ones furthest from Washington. For more than 40 days, families were used as political pawns and props, while those responsible stood in front of cameras pretending to solve the crisis that they created. I actually saw a member from my home state stand at a food bank, decry the fact that nutritional assistance was in question, then swear up and down that they would vote against ending this shutdown. That is the epitome of hypocrisy, and the American people deserve better than that. House Republicans did our job. We passed a clean continuing resolution weeks ago, the same kind of straightforward measure that should have been agreed to immediately to keep this government open. But Senate Democrats blocked that 14 times, prolonging this shutdown just to score points to their woke, angry mob. This measure before us today is the same bipartisan framework they could have passed 40 days ago. The only thing that has changed is the political calendar. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the rule, stand with the American people, the families of veterans and public servants who have carried the burden of this shutdown, and let's reopen our government, and let's get this country moving again. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from ABC News entitled, "Inflation Climbs to the Highest Level Since January, Beef Prices Soar."
Without objection.
I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the Washington Post entitled, "From Groceries to Gas, Americans Say They're Spending More Under Trump."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the New Republic entitled, "No, You're Wrong. Trump Spirals When Pressed on Rising Food Prices."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the New Republic entitled, "Trump Admits He Doesn't Care About Affordability as Economy Plunges."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from MSNBC entitled, "Not a Big Issue, Republicans Shrug as Consumers Confront Healthcare Sticker Shock."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an opinion article published in MSNBC entitled, "Trump's Argentina Bailout Once Again Puts America Last."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from PBS entitled, "Trump Administration Working on Doubling Argentina Financing to $40 billion."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Forbes entitled, "Presidency Boosts Trump's Net Worth by $3 billion in a Year."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from People.com entitled, "Donald Trump Hosts Great Gatsby-Themed Halloween Party as 42 million Americans brace for SNAP benefits to expire."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the New York Times entitled, "Trump's Latest White House Makeover, the Lincoln Bathroom in Marble and Gold."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from The Nation entitled, "The Bill to End the Shutdown is Full of Giveaways to Republicans."
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 15 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for 15 seconds.
I'm sorry that the gentlelady thinks that trying to stop people's health care premiums from doubling and tripling and quadrupling is political theater, but we don't. And I don't have time to address all the BS coming from my colleagues across the chamber. but it's clear that this Republican leadership is not only failing to deliver on their promises, they're selling out at the expense of the basic needs of the American people. I reserve.
Time is reserved. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the gentleman from Arkansas. I thank the gentlelady from Minnesota. And here we are on September 19th. House Republicans passed legislation which would have funded government through November 20th. Here we are on November 12th, and we are basically where we would have been had we just passed the bill that we passed in September. And what did we get for all of that? What happened over all these days? Well, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were searching for a reason for voters to support them next November. They were searching for a cause. And we know this because there was intervening elections and a lot of rhetoric, but no result. We're here right now with Democrats having joined senators to send a bill over here to fund government through the end of January with 3 appropriations bills, which we worked through regular order, that keeps spending relatively flat, advances the priorities the American people sent us here to advance, to back up the president who is securing the border, which he was sent to Washington to do, to restore our military to focusing on defending this nation rather than advancing woke priorities, which the American people sent him here to do, for us to continue to work to grow and to build this economy after 4 years of being wrecked with reckless spending, but also abhorrent policies. The American people are now saying, what on earth were Democrats doing? And my Democrat colleagues' response is health care, because it's the only default position they have is the default to health care. And the fact is, it's because they broke the system so badly that they are now coming and asking us to have the Treasury print money to then give out in order to enrich insurance companies with massive subsidies. That's the actual fact. And the American people understand this. And they recognize that they don't want insurance companies to be enriched, but they want to be able to go get the doctor of their choice. The American people understand this, and so do we. And we're here to open the government, and we're here to stand up for doctors and patients instead of insurance companies and big regulators. I support this legislation. I know my Republican colleagues do. The question really is, will Democrats, or will they wish to perpetuate the shutting down of government to enrich insurance companies? I yield back.
Expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Well, a couple of things, Mr. Speaker. I don't think we want to be lectured by somebody who, over the years, has been the king of government shutdowns and who worked for a United States senator that pushed for a government shutdown and to object to the Affordable Care Act. But by the way, I just want to make it clear to everybody: this is a Republican shutdown. They control the White House, they control the House, they control the Senate. You know, this government shut down because they don't want to negotiate. It's their way or the highway. This is a Republican shutdown. They own it. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. McGovern. This bill, which they now call imperfect, contains the single most corrupt provision for legislative self-dealing that anyone in this chamber today has ever voted on. It is such an egregiously corrupt act of legislator self-enrichment and plunder of the taxpayer that not only did every single House Democrat oppose it in the Rules Committee last night, but multiple Republicans were denouncing it. That is, before they were summoned into a side room and instructed to vote for it, which they all proceeded to do. Now they're telling us, vote for it today, and they'll repeal it, well, maybe next week, or maybe the week after that, or maybe before Christmas, they'll repeal it. I've got a solution for you. If you don't like this corrupt provision, don't vote for it today. That will work. This is a great bill. A great bill, that is, if you think 8 Republican U.S. senators should have a right to collect at least $1 million in a jackpot bonanza payoff from the taxpayers simply because they were subject to the exact same rules all other Americans were subject to and are subject to now. And they don't propose to change those rules for anybody else, not for more than 300 million Americans, not for the members of the House of Representatives, not for governors and mayors, but for themselves. They want to deal themselves a special legal privilege. In this Republican class war, Great Gatsby economy where President Trump has made more than $3 billion since he reoccupied the White House, the federal building which he has proceeded to demolish in large part, where millions of Americans face losing their health care and their SNAP benefits. This provision is an affront to our taxpayers, to the rule of law, to everyone who believes. Could I ask for 15 seconds more? It is an affront to everyone who believes that we in public office must be the servants of the people, not the masters of the people who get special legal rights and privileges and multi-million-dollar payoffs. People who think that they have a right to better treatment than everybody else, like Ghislaine Maxwell in their prison camp where she gets room service, puppy time, and special gym privileges.
Gentlelady from Minnesota. She reserves her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to this continuing resolution. I will not support a bill that will continue the Republicans' assault on Americans and their pocketbooks. At a time when Oregonians and Americans are already struggling with rising costs, this bill locks in devastating cuts to health care and drives up the cost, in many cases significantly. The assault on health care and the Republican shutdown more broadly, they're further proof that the first 10 months of this Trump administration have been chaotic, harmful, and completely out of touch with the needs of the American people. Donald Trump held an extravagant Great Gatsby party at Mar-a-Lago the night before SNAP benefits expired, while the administration and Republicans continue to ignore the needs of working families. That's not governing. They've abandoned their responsibility to bring down costs and grow the economy. And Mr. Speaker, this bill was already bad, but now they added this corrupt, get-rich-quick scheme to give hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars to Trump-aligned senators. That is outrageous. Oregonians and Americans deserve better. My colleagues should listen to their constituents, vote no, and come back to the table and join us in the work to make health care affordable and accessible to all. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota, with 14 and 1/2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as we are in the process of ending the longest government shutdown in our nation's history, and to affirm that this Congress will get back to leading America into her next golden age. Over 40 days, that is how long the government has been closed. For over 40 days, Democrats here in this body and in the Senate have chosen chaos over our country. They chose to shut the government down because politics demanded it, not policy. The elites who dominate their party's decision-making are the ones least impacted by its decisions. Were the far-left activists and Democrats here in this body the ones not getting paychecks? No. Mr. Speaker, that was the air traffic controllers, our troops, and our Capitol police officers. When these same people passed Obamacare, were they the ones impacted by the law, or was it the middle-class teacher in North Carolina who could no longer keep their doctor? We all know the answer to that, Mr. Speaker, and across the nation, federal workers are working 2 and 3 jobs just to stay afloat. Also, Democrats could champion illegal aliens who exploit our compassion as they poison our communities with deadly fentanyl. That is not governing. That was extortion of the American taxpayer. But that ends today. Today, we are in the process of finally reopening the government, returning to the business of the people, and further implementing the mandate our constituents sent us here to deliver on. Democrats chose to have a month of political theater, but political shows don't do one thing to help make the cost of everyday items more affordable. It is time to govern and to focus on making America more affordable for the middle class. Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on this rule, and with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, we're getting lectured on governance by a guy who is just coming off an 8-week paid vacation. Give me a break. At this time, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, the next governor of New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to a rule for a bill that does nothing to protect over 450,000 New Jerseyans who will see their health care premiums skyrocket. I took my first oath to the Constitution when I was 18 and went to the Naval Academy. It's an oath to serve, to run toward the fight. And so I ran for Congress after I saw Washington Republicans attacking the Affordable Care Act. I promised I would take on the status quo. I would fight the big fights, because that's what people expect of their leaders. That's what people deserve from their leaders. And I'm proud of the wins that I've delivered as your representative for New Jersey's 11th District. Capping the cost of insulin and prescription drugs for seniors, funding the Gateway Tunnel, the PACT Act for veterans, flood mitigation projects, delivering for Picatinny Arsenal. You have trusted me, New Jersey, and last week you placed your trust in me again, electing me your 57th governor. So I ran on a similar promise, to take on anyone and stop at nothing to lower cost and build opportunity for everyone. This will be my last speech in this chamber. I intend to submit my resignation next week and turn to protecting all of New Jersey. So my parting message to Jersey is, thank you. To my staff, thank you for your dedication to serving the 11th District of New Jersey. To my colleagues, do not let this body become a ceremonial red stamp from an administration that takes food away from children and rips away health care.
30 seconds.
Gentlelady's given another 30 seconds.
That rips health care away from people and takes food away from children. To the country, stand strong. As we say in the Navy, don't give up the ship. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magazzino.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are back from their 54-day taxpayer-funded vacation. But don't get me wrong, they do know how to work hard. When billionaires wanted tax breaks, they moved mountains to make it happen. When Argentina needed a $40 billion bailout to help Trump's buddy, they moved quickly to make it happen at the White House. But when working people need help, when millions of Americans are seeing their health insurance costs double and triple, and Americans all across this country are feeling like they're going to have to go without health insurance for the first time in their lives because they can't afford it anymore and have to make that terrible decision about which of their family members they're going to cut off of their insurance, House Republicans are nowhere to be found. When Donald Trump's stupid tariffs are raising the price of groceries, the cost of coffee is up 40% over the last year, House Republicans are silent. When working people need help, they are absent. Shameful. So they will work when billionaires need tax cuts, when Argentina needs a bailout, but when working people need relief, they go on a taxpayer-funded vacation. Shameful, Mr. Speaker. Vote no on this budget. Do not cut the health care of the American people, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
The reason we know this is a Democratic shutdown is because of how angry they are that we're about to reopen the government, period. That's all you need to know. In 2023, Jerry Nadler said shutdown is really an extremist policy designed to appeal to an extremist base and hold the whole country hostage. That is exactly what the Democrats have done over the last 43 days. They have held the American people hostage, trying to extract insane things like free health care for illegal immigrants. If they were serious about tackling the health care affordability crisis in this country, then they would address the fundamental problem with Obamacare. Since Obamacare took effect, health care premiums have risen by 96%, and on the open market by 114%. When I asked Leader Jeffries to sign on to the 1-year extension of the premium tax credit, he refused. He stuttered, he stammered, he couldn't answer a single question because this shutdown was never about health care. It was always about appeasing a far-left radical base. Chuck Schumer said, every day gets better for us. Catherine Clark said, of course people will suffer. We want to use this as leverage. It is an embarrassment to this country. You should all be ashamed of yourselves for inflicting this pain on the American people, taking away food stamps from 42 million Americans, defunding WIC, not paying our troops, our federal employees, our air traffic controllers. It's a disgrace, and you should all hang your heads in shame. Vote yes to pass the bill and reopen the government.
All right. Let me remind my colleagues. I fully recognize that there's a lot of pent-up anxiety and emotions have been elevated somewhat, but please, in the interest of the decorum of this House, to direct your comments to the chair and do not engage in personalities toward the Senate, toward the President, and others. Gentleman from Massachusetts with 14 and 1/2 minutes remaining.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me just say the gentleman from New York sounds as extreme as his voting record. And I'd like to say to the gentleman who just spoke, by supporting this bill, he's betraying 7,000 constituents in his district who rely on the ACA to afford their health care. Boy, I'm glad he's not my representative. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as the representative of Western New York, where so many people in my community, like others across the country, are already struggling to afford health care, I urge my colleagues to reject this disgraceful bill. As an occupational therapist, I know exactly who these cuts will hurt. I've heard from so many who are desperate for a lifeline, like Iris, a mom in Buffalo who's worried about how she'll keep her kids' health insurance, or Andy, a nursing home resident in Tonawanda who relies on Medicaid to get the services he needs, or the kids at Bourne Hava, a special needs school where I provided therapy, who depend on early intervention services. Donald Trump and congressional Republicans began their assault on the people of our country in the big ugly bill. This bill further devastates health care and leaves millions of Americans to pray they don't get sick. Shame on anyone who goes along with it. This country deserves better. I'll be voting no, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, some big news, some breaking news in the last hour. I'm proud to say that our newest colleague, Representative Adelita Grijalva, just became the 218th signature on the Massey Kana discharge petition to compel the release of the Epstein files. And to all my Republican colleagues who refuse to sign on, time is up. You need to figure out where you stand on this because you're about to go on record. Is your loyalty to Trump more important than going after pedophiles? Because make no mistake, these files will come out. It is no longer a question of if, only when, and whether the White House chooses to stand with the survivors or throw them under the bus. And at this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter.
Gentlelady from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this rule and the underlying bill. As a physician who spent 20 years saving lives, I did not come to Congress to let health care be decimated by Congress. I came to fight for my constituents who deserve to be able to see a doctor they trust, afford their medication, and keep their families healthy. If House Republicans let the ACA tax credits expire, they are complicit in forcing Oregonians to make impossible choices, like whether to keep their insurance or put food on the table. As a physician, I know what comes next. People go without. They go uninsured, they delay care, and they skip refills. They get sicker, and sometimes they end up in medical debt that is devastating. The cost of living is already too damn high. Republicans are committed to cutting your care. They patently rejected amendments to protect Americans, ignoring millions of American families who are desperate for relief. I will be an absolute no on the rule and the underlying bill, and I refuse to give up on ensuring affordable health care for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say just really quickly, the ranking member mentioned the discharge petition, and he's very proud that it has 218 signatures, but not that long ago, today, we had a UC that would have moved that along, would have moved that resolution along over to the Senate, and I believe the Democrats objected to it. So it seems more like a political stunt than it does that they actually wanted to have that resolution moved along, because if they had not objected, it would have gone on its way and they would have accomplished what they wanted to do. So I don't see their real desire to have the resolution passed. I see it more of, like I said, a political stunt. And it certainly is actually a moot point, given that oversight is already releasing many of those files. As a matter of fact, I believe they've done tens of thousands of them, but I believe this morning they did another 20,000 files. So they are being released, and this all seems for naught. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Jimmy Fallon offered Democrats this pro tip. If you're going to call it the Republican shutdown, you're not supposed to get mad that it's ending. Anyone who remembers their schoolhouse rock knows that once the House originates an appropriation, the Senate must either amend it or pass it. Now, the House did its job on September the 19th with a simple appropriation that made no policy changes. It merely kept the government operating at current levels while we finished debating priorities. Democrats deliberately blocked the Senate from acting, demanding $1.5 trillion of new spending as a ransom. Finally, thank God, 8 of them put country ahead of party and voted to end this madness. Now, hearing the bitter recriminations from our leftist colleagues, it seems unlikely we'll see much bipartisanship today. But with or without them, we will reopen the government tonight and get back to addressing the challenges that confront our country. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts with 11 minutes remaining on his side, 9 minutes on the majority side.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that the gentlelady brought up the UC request, but I'm glad she did, because I want the record to be clear. I didn't hear any objection on the floor. The Republican chair basically ruled it as an improper UC request, and so that is why it didn't move forward. And but I do know this, because I'm on the Rules Committee. And I do know the gentlelady time and time again voted against releasing the Epstein files. And I know my Republican friends are hoping that they don't have to go on record because they don't want to get Trump upset at them. But the bottom line is every single Republican will go on record, and you will have to make clear whether you're on the side of a pedophile or whether you're on the side of the victims.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is reminded to direct his comments to the chair, please.
Thank you,
You may
Mr.
continue.
Chair. You now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this bill that allows health insurance premiums for 22 million American families to skyrocket and raises health care costs for everyone. Trump and his Republican cult of followers in Congress have unleashed shameful crisis of cruelty and corruption on the American people. First, they slashed Medicaid by $1 trillion, kicked 15 million Americans off of health care, set up the playboard for rural hospitals to shutter, all so that you could give $7 trillion in permanent tax breaks to their billionaire buddies. Then they refused to negotiate with Democrats to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits so that 22 million Americans wouldn't have to choose between health care and rent. And when we refused to go along with that, they caused this 45-day Republican shutdown, illegally refused to pay SNAP benefits for the hungry, and illegally canceled flights, throwing the country into chaos. Trump and Republicans want to make you poorer and sicker. While Trump builds his gilded ballrooms, protects pedophiles, pardons those who buy his meme coins, and lets Americans starve. Shame on you. I'm a hell no on this bill.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose the Senate's provision that allows senators to make financial gain off illegal government surveillance. 3 things can be true at once, Mr. Speaker. The first truth is this: the shutdown has to end. The American people and countless Tennesseans I represent are suffering and experiencing real pain. This record-breaking Schumer Democratic shutdown was completely avoidable, and it was completely carried out for political purposes. The second truth is that the last administration, led by Joe Biden and his auto pen, unfairly surveilled conservatives and conservative members of Congress. That included sitting United States senators. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the third thing I would note is that the American taxpayer has suffered enough because of the last administration. No one in this body should support allowing senators to sue and collect from taxpayers because the FBI went rogue under President Biden. But don't get me wrong, the overreach is more than troubling. It's unfathomable that the Department of Justice was weaponized in this way. I fully support holding those radical agents accountable and the ongoing investigations into their misdeeds. Yet no elected official should profit from the political calculation of left-wing bureaucrats and judges. Mr. Speaker, the folks I represent are still reeling from historic Bidenflation, the effects of the border crisis, and the regulatory agenda of the last administration. It is shameful to ask them to shoulder the burden of paying U.S. senators $500,000 or more for those misdeeds. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker. I rise to call to my colleagues' attention that they are no longer claiming that this is a clean CR. The truth is that it is a dirty, filthy, stealthy CR that has been contaminated with millions of dollars for people who have not earned it, but rather who want to take it from the taxpayers of this country because they have concluded somehow that they have been harmed when no harm has been proven or brought to our attention. I believe that health care for all is important because we in the Congress have the best health care in the world. Yet people with the best health care in the world do not see fit for persons who need it, who are among the least, the last, and the lost, to acquire health care, something that they have. Health care is becoming wealth care for too many people in this country. We need to extend the subsidies. We need to make sure that everybody who can get to a doctor gets care. This is not a poor country. I refuse to take a poison pill and have you tell me that I'll regurgitate it next week. The poison pill.
Gentleman's time has
has
expired. Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I inquire how many more speakers the gentlelady has, because she doesn't seem to have very many.
I believe we have one more, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. All right. We have several. Mr. Speaker,
great.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
It is great. It is great that Democrats have a line of people who are willing to fight for working class Americans from coast to coast in this country. Because God forbid that we have a member of the Republican caucus who stands up and actually wants to extend the Affordable Care Act so that people with cancer, insulin, and issues across all sorts of health care issues across this country have their health insurance protected and extended throughout 2026. It is unconscionable that what we are debating right now is legislation that will give 8 members of the United States Senate over $1 million apiece. And we are robbing people of their food assistance and of their health care to pay for it. How is this even on the floor? How can we, as members of Congress, Republican or Democrat, vote to enrich ourselves by stealing from the American people? That is what this legislation does. In fact, Senator Graham just went before the press earlier today saying he was going to seek well over $1 million from the American people from this. We cannot support it, and we cannot stand for it. Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to point out to some of my colleagues that, you know, the Democrat government shutdown stopped the SNAP benefit. So if they were very concerned about those, about making sure that people had their nutritional assistance, they wouldn't have shut down the government, because that is what caused it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was great to hear from the new leader of the Democrat Party, Mrs. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Unfortunately, we didn't also get to hear from their other leader, Mr. Zoran Mamdani. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be proud this evening to vote to reopen the federal government.
House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, for 40 days, the Democrats shut our government down to pursue unrealistic policy proposals that they know the American people do not want. Mr. Speaker, the American people do not want health care for illegal aliens. They do not want our tax dollars funding left-wing media outlets, and they do not want to drive up our debt $1.5 trillion as part of a short-term continuing resolution. Mr. Speaker, the last 40 days have been nothing but pure political nihilism, and I'm glad that this nightmare is over so that we can get back to work on behalf of the American people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Reserve.
Reserves. Who seeks time?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me first of all just say to the gentlelady, this is Republican shutdown. It didn't need to happen. All you need to do is extend the ACA tax credit so that people wouldn't get screwed on their health insurance bills. But I also point out to her that the President of the United States illegally withheld SNAP benefits. And two federal judges, basically two court orders, backed us up on that. And he's the first president ever in history to actually shut off food benefits to people during a shutdown. Shame on him. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our country is at a moral crossroads. Just today, it comes out that billionaires are worth $8 trillion, more than 50% of Americans combined. And what does the president do? He decides he doesn't have the money for the American people. He's going to starve the American people to give $40 billion to the corrupt libertarian leader in Argentina. $9 billion would have fed the American people. How is that America first? And then he says, I don't care about the cab driver who's paying $2,600 now per month in health insurance as opposed to $44, because I don't want to save the 20 million Americans who are going to face high premium increases. How is that America first? We need national health insurance in this country. We need to tax billionaires in this country. We need to fund SNAP in this country, and we need to stop funding Argentina and corrupt foreign leaders.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to address for just a second the health care issue that the Democrats continue to bring up and act like this had anything to do with everyone in the country's premiums, because we are talking about the COVID era Affordable Care Act's COVID era subsidies. So this is not what is affecting other people's premiums, other than those folks that qualify for those COVID era premium subsidies. That's it. They continue to make it sound like this is responsible for every kind of increase that people are seeing. And so the Affordable Care Act's original subsidies will remain in place. So that's the original subsidies, ensuring that millions still qualify for the income-based tax credits and capping out-of-pocket costs relative to income. It's the COVID era. I can't say that enough. It is the COVID era subsidies that are in question here. Premium increases are actually driven by multiple factors, including medical inflation, provider consolidation, and rising drug costs. But to actually reduce premiums, that's what we must address. And we must have comprehensive discussions about that, not just political theater and sound bites. We have to actually sit down and have those discussions, and that's what getting the government back open will do. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, the ACA polls at 65%. Donald Trump is at 37%. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
Gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of every elder who can't afford their prescription, every parent who went to work hungry so their child could eat. In the United States of America, there is no lack of resource, only a deficit of empathy, political will, and courage. At its best, government is a backstop, a compassionate steward of the public good. At its best, government catches people when they stumble in a moment of hardship. At its best, government does right by the people, all the people. Struggle does not discriminate, Mr. Speaker. Hardship is not a character flaw and has zero to do with work ethic. Every single person is one diagnosis, one layoff away from hardship. Life can change at an instant. What we are bearing witness to is not only a lack of political courage, but it is a fundamental betrayal of the people. Incompetence and indifference to the suffering of our constituents and our neighbors. The shame and the sham of it all. Any member of Congress who would vote to deny a child a meal or medication, it is child abuse and neglect. I ought to file a 51A on you for that. Every person in this chamber, every person in our country has lost a loved one to cancer, and yet you would vote to deny people life-saving cancer treatment and research. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House, and with the majority, you have chosen to enact harm to make people hungrier, poorer, sicker, and less safe. The shame and the shame of it all. You, the people, deserve better. We, the people, deserve better, and I won't stop fighting until you get it.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Prepared to close.
Gentlelady's prepared to close. She has 4 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, I'm not. So I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the federal government will officially reopen with the House vote today. But here's what won't happen. We won't protect the 22 million people paying more for the Affordable Care Act, or the 15 million people losing their health care outright due to Republican actions in the big ugly law. Nor will we stop the health care rate increases for everyone in this country. And we won't be restoring food assistance today for millions of Americans who benefit from SNAP because House Republicans voted to cut the #1 program that keeps kids and seniors out of poverty by over $180 billion. Nor will we be able to roll back the tax cuts for billionaires and your GOP donors that you funded by gutting those health care and food programs. But I sure hope you're tanned and rested after your 8-week paid vacation, because you're going to need it. Democrats are going to continue fighting every single day for people's health care and food benefits, and we're going to be on you day after day until we get it done. Vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
I'm prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I'm not quite yet, so I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this funding deal is why Americans have lost faith in Congress. It does absolutely nothing to address the crushing cost of health care and what amounts to a massive tax hike on working families. It does absolutely nothing to stop President Trump from canceling the very funding we would provide, something he's already done again and again. But here's what it does. It allows senators to write themselves, and only themselves, million-dollar checks because their phone records were legally subpoenaed, checks paid for by American taxpayers. It's corruption at a whole new level. With bribery and insider trading, someone breaks the law. Here, Congress is writing a law that protects and funds corruption. It's brazen and disgusting in an effort to legalize corruption. And anyone who votes for this CR is complicit in that corruption. If government still belongs to the people and not the powerful, we must reject this self-serving scam. I yield.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentlelady from Minnesota still prepared to close. Gentleman from Massachusetts with 2.5 minutes remaining.
So I'll close, Mr. Speaker, for our side. Mr. Speaker, I don't have enough time to rebut all the absurd claims made by the other side. Suddenly, they all have an opinion on health care, They had a decade to come up with a plan, and they came up with nothing. But I'm glad they finally acknowledged that this is a dirty Sierra that shovels millions of dollars into the pockets of Republican politicians. They hate this bill so much that they're all going to vote for it. They say that we shut the government down. Really? The last time I checked, Republicans are in charge around here. We heard for months about their mandate. They control the House, the Senate, and the White House. They have a duty to keep the government open, and they failed. They did not have the votes. They refused to negotiate with us because we wanted to help regular people instead of billionaires. And now they want to blame us for the consequences of their own actions? What the hell is wrong with them? Give me a frigging break. America is the richest country in the history of the world. We are blessed with an abundance of so much. There should not be an affordability crisis. Every single person in this country should be able to have a good job, a living wage, affordable food and health care, and have a shot at a better future. That's what I'm fighting for. That's what we're fighting for. That's how I want to make America great. That's the Democratic vision for what this country could be. And from a moral perspective, from a set of values, we believe it is immoral to have a system that gives so much to just a few billionaires while depriving so many of the basic things they need to live a good life. And it is clear to me after this debate that Republicans do not share those same values. And I'm going to fight like hell. We are going to fight like hell because I believe in America. We believe in America. And we believe that the hopes and the dreams of the American people will prevail. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentlelady from Minnesota with 4 minutes remaining to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we wrap up this debate, I want to take a moment to cut through the noise from our colleagues, from our colleagues on the left. Instead of focusing on the legislation before us, they're resorting to fear tactics and tossing out false claims about what this shutdown is really about. The CR would have kept the government open to continue and finish the appropriations process. And yet, the Democrats refused and instead chose to shut down the government. And you know, my colleague mentions values. Democrats claim that our values are different, and Democrat Wick Clark said, of course there will be families that are going to suffer, but it is one of the few leverage times we have. So if that's the values they're talking about, I don't share those values. I won't make the American people suffer, whether it be their SNAP payments, whether it be keeping air traffic controllers paid, whether it's paying our troops. Making the American people suffer is not the values that I share. And for the record, Republicans did not cause this shutdown, and we've not been on vacation. I've been splitting my time between D.C. and the district, as I mentioned before, meeting with constituents in both, meeting with federal agencies, hosting a teletown hall, and I know how hard my Republican colleagues have been working for their constituents and the American people. It was the Democrats who shut down the government when they refused to support a clean CR that would have kept the lights on and protected critical services. And now it's the Democrats who continue to shift the blame. Now, getting back to the issue at hand, let's talk about what this bill actually does. H.R. 5371 restores the funding for SNAP and WIC. It reimburses the contingency reserves to make sure that programs remain stable and reliable. Actually, President Trump moved $300 million of tariff revenue to fund WIC during the shutdown. Republicans are the ones protecting food security and not playing games with it. This bill also delivers for our farmers and ranchers and for rural development and invests in the community that feed this country and keep the economy strong. It supports our troops and federal workers. It ensures our service members and their families have the support they need, and it honors the promises we have made to those who have served. And yes, it reopens the government, restores stability, and resumes regular order. So let's be honest about what a yes vote means. A yes vote is a vote for veterans care. A yes vote is a vote for SNAP and WIC. A yes vote is a vote for $700,000 a fire engine in Ranking Member McGovern's district, and $1 million for the Navajo Nation Community Development Division in Representative Ledger Fernandez's district. A yes vote is for farmers. A yes vote is for troops, for our troops, and for federal workers. And yes, it is for reopening the government. And a no vote? Well, that's a vote against all of that, including the development of a wastewater treatment facility in Mr. Negus's district, and $1.5 million in watershed conservation in Representative Clark's district. It's a vote against federal workers. It's a vote against health care. It's a vote against feeding hungry children. And it's a vote against common sense. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question.
Question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Hearing aid, I think. I asked for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 213. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, as for recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.